Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Respected Vice Chancellor, Madam, Honorable Deans, Heads of Institutions, faculty members, panelists, speakers, welcome you all on this first session of AQAR 2020-21. We have successfully submitted the AQAR of 2019-20. Now we are starting to prepare for submission of AQAR 2020 and 2021. I request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, to address the audience and tell the importance of AQAR. Honorable Vice Chancellor.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to all the campus heads, deans, heads of institutions, and members of IQAC, faculty members. And first of all, I would like to welcome all of you for this workshop on preparing the AQAR 2020-21. And as Dr. Rai was sharing that it is a mandatory for submitting the AQAR, and it's important that we prepare our AQAR first and then we make our annual plan, and which will be able to help us many ways while we are preparing the annual plan. Our Honorable Founder President and Honorable Chancellor have given for the next cycle of accreditation that we have A++ NAC grade, and therefore it becomes extremely important for us that every year we evaluate our annual quality assessment report to see that where are the gaps and how we take care of those gaps, and we are able to score GPA at each institution, at each campus, each domain level, so that the university score is more than 3.5 to get the A. So also once the institution gets NAC accredited, AQAR submission is mandatory, and though normally the AQAR is submitted by December for the previous year, this year they have, because of the pandemic, they had kept on extending the time. That's why Amity University have submitted quite late the AQAR 2019-20, and we realize as we are taking more time, we are not able to provide the many of the evidences, because the faculty who was responsible for something at the institution level does not have that data or the supporting evidences. Therefore, it became even more important that we complete our AQAR by the end of the academic session, and so that we are able to produce our AQAR, which is of real, which does not misses any evidences or the achievements or the initiative which we have taken during that academic year. And then because AQA and the IQAC, the Institution Quality Assurance Cell, that monitors or coordinates all the quality initiatives at the university level or institution level or domain level under the overall umbrella of QAE, because the Quality Assurance and Enhancement Department was established since the beginning of the university. So the umbrella organization is QAE, and under QAE we have the IQAC. And annual quality assurance report is an annual report based on all the 7 criteria of NAC, whether it is the curricular aspect, whether the teaching, learning and evaluation, whether research, innovation, extension, or the infrastructure, IT and the learning resources, student support and progression, governance, leadership and management, and finally the institutional values and best practices. And all my colleagues who are the criteria chairperson will be presenting today what they expect, because the NAC SSR and NAC AQR, there's slight difference is there, but I would say that 90% of the things are the same for the AQR and for SSR. Amity University got its first accreditation in 2012. We started preparing for in 2010 with the moment we completed the 5 years, because that was the basic requirement to apply for the NAC accreditation. Otherwise, we would have applied way back in 2008 itself or 2007 itself for the NAC accreditation. So in 2010 we applied, and in 2012 NAC visited us first time, and we got the 3.13 CGPA, and we then we established the IQSC in 2010, but it was not that much functional because the QAE was the apex body and was taking care of all the initiative. And now since it is the mandatory requirement, so we have worked out what QAE means and what IQSC means. And our second cycle accreditation happened in 2018, and where we got our CGPA of 3.27. So this was the first one, and how that on all the seven criteria that we got the A grade first time 3.13, and the second time we got A plus grade 3.27, and that's what the quality profile of our university. And the rationale, when we talk about the rationale behind the quality assurance reports, why the NEC desires that the institution continue to display the quality at its all the functions, whether it's curricular aspects or teaching, learning, or research, or infrastructure, or governance, or the student support, and the progression not is the one-time kind of activity. So the continuity is very important. So therefore, the during those, and accreditation is for 5 years. So that means every year the institution submits its annual quality report, and so therefore many times at the when the NAC team visits, they looked at the what was the AQR, what is the SSR, and so that accordingly they are able to gauge the broad quality about the institution, and then they interact with the IQC members. And you must be remembering that when the NAC came, they have for various institutions they visited, and even the one almost the one chapter where we are talking about the governance and leadership and management, there the focus is on the IQSC, and even in the best practices or institutional values, there also the IQSC makes a very big focus, because everything need to come through the IQSC. And so therefore the timely submission of AQR, which have to be through IQSC of each institution and domain, and the finally of the university, is very important. And and it is a comprehensive report. AQR is a comprehensive report of all the academic and non-academic activities in the institution, whether it is the the teaching, learning, whether it's assessment, students engagement, internationalization, internship, placements, professional development of faculties, industry engagement, collaborations, research, innovation, social engagement, club committee, you name it, anything. So whatever comes under the ambit of higher education, that all is a part of the AQR. And so therefore, but AQR needs the evidence of everything. Whatever you do, if you are claiming, or if you are presenting, or if you are writing anything, the documentary evidence of that is very important. And because it also helps, because when you have the decisions, when you're analyzing it, it helps the institution also in the decision making to improve the functioning of the institution or the functioning of the department, or also improving a particular process or the parameter in case the placements are not very good. And then that means the concerned department, the head of the IQC, can discuss, deliberate why the placements are not good. What does it need? What kind of efforts institution need to put in to ensure the quality of placements has increased? It may be that we need to increase the engagement with the industry more, or maybe we have to make the more efforts, or we may have to, the companies are coming, but the students are not getting selected. That means we have to improve the quality of the students' development, or the skill development, or their interviewing skills, or the subject knowledge. Could be anything. So that it's very important to analyze and improve a process or the function for the better results, or for the better quality. And so therefore it is a self-assessment of the processes, the systems, criteria wise and the metric wise. So therefore each institution need to do the SWOT analysis, and overall the university need to do the SWOT analysis, that how can we improve our university's quality and the outcome and the output both. So therefore the AQR also helps in uh, developing the culture of excellence, and also improve, making the institutions or the departments the high performing systems. So therefore the analysis is very important. If you look at the QAA in the WASP, and recently when Dr. Sujan Ops have given the presentation, they have all the time talked about the data analysis, evidences, outcome, whether it's learning outcome or the progression of the students, or the student diversity, or the supports. So therefore, it's always that how do we make a systems which are the high performing systems, and at the same time we are improving the quality year on year, month on month, semester on semester is very important. So that also, since all the time this attitude and the focus is in continuous improvement to bring the excellence, that means it becomes the part of the DNA, part of the attitude, and the part of the approach of everyone in the organization. And so therefore the AQR is the helps in the achieving the tangible results in the key areas, where it's you can name right from the entry to exit. That means admissions to placement, or the progression of the students, the research, or the industry engagement, or the collaborations, or the internationalization, or the community engagement. So that means we are able to see the tangible results, and which we are able to analyze and take the necessary action for the improvement. And it's also that the IQC chairpersons with the members of IQC, they are able to analyze and assess the rating or the grade of the institution level, and see which are the criteria out of 7 where the institution is not able to score much, and what the institution is supposed to do so they can improve. And therefore AQR also is a reflection of the quality of an institution. And it also helps because when you are looking at the criteria 1 to criteria 7, there you are following the regulations or following the law of the land, or the whatever the, so compliances also becomes, that the institution is assuring the compliance of various aspects of various regulations. Like for example, we are doing the course curriculum review, so the compliance with the stakeholders feedback is must, integrating the stakeholders feedback, and also doing the area advisory board meeting or the board of studies meeting, taking the approval of the academic council. So in a way, this is the compliance of the one of the regulation, and you have done the, if the review is major reviews after 3 years, you are able to do, or if it's a minor review every semester or every year. And also that you were looking at, you're also looking at the degree nomenclatures as per the UGC, the gazette notification, or so the compliance becomes very, very important with respect to various aspects. Um, and so therefore it also helps the AQR when you're preparing the AQR. It also helps us in preparing our strategic plan for the next year based on the results, based on the analyzing the what has been our performance, it also makes us more accountable towards institution, towards our stakeholders, for improving the processes, improving the quality, and ultimately improving the learning experiences of students and the progression of the student side. But at the same time, the research or the innovation or the community engagement which we are doing, we are able to find the solution or provide the solutions which are relevant to the industry or to community. In a process, we are doing the institution building and the nation building through research, innovation, and developing the talent for the future. So therefore, the what will be the our action plan for the AQR finalization? After this brainstorming, after this workshop, I request to all the deans and the HOIs and the IQC member to conduct the brainstorming session and strategize for preparing the AQR and the and the annual report also for 2021, because annual report will be requiring much more than sort lot many things. So if you're preparing the both annual report and AQR together, you will be able to use the same data, same evidences in a manner, but the presentation style is different of the annual report, which with the AQR. So you can prepare the both together. So therefore, your annual report and the AQR will not have that different kind of the data, and also you will be able to calculate your institution and domain CGPA as per the formula which is also available on Amazon, and also you analyze the AQR and the annual report of the year, and accordingly identify what were the gap areas where you need to focus on more, and accordingly set the targets and prepare the annual plan 21-22 to achieve the CGPA of 3.75 at the institution and domain level. So therefore, it's very important. Prepare the action plan, monitoring mechanism, and developmental plan to enhance effectiveness and efficiency of quality processes, whatever are there. You may have to change some of the people who are at the moment responsible to bring the more efficient, more active person, and also communicate the domain and institutional strategy amongst all the stakeholders like faculty, staff, and students through the respective IQSs. So that way you will conduct the workshop or for all, so that all are committed to that and work together. And AQR must be completed within 2 months. That means by end of July we must be ready with our AQR. And so that means I would request all the criteria chairperson, they make their action plan in a way and do the follow up, because till 19th of July, relatively we faculty do not have engagement other than developing the e-content, preparing the lesson plan. The once the academic session opens, there's so many other things are there. Then getting all the faculty together becomes a little bit challenging, because the faculty have the classes and which takes over anything else of the institution. And from 9th of August, we will be having all the even the second year students will join us, and then the faculty will become even more much busier. And by September, so we want to finish everything by 30th of July, and also learn from your successes and your failures, so whatever the failures were learned, and then we say that how we use our learning to have the successes in the future. And at the HOI and deans and the members of IQC, it's very important, that don't do this an exercise as a ritual, rather get engaged and analyze and see that what is, because it's such a brilliant and bright minds are here of the faculty, the deans and HOIs, and how can work out that that wherever the gap is, that how do we, what kind of initiative we take, what kind of the plan we make, so the next year we are far better. This is very important. So therefore, if I have learned one thing from Honorable Founder President: when you work under pressure, you always excel. And when you take the more time, you do not bring really, very high results. Rather, you miss out certain things. So therefore, and we all are trained by Honorable Founder President to work under pressure and to take on the challenge. And I think this AQR we can prepare very well. Also, it's very important. We will do the separate workshop for this also, where each institution will present what has been their innovative and the best practice. And we will make complete list of the what have done, whichever the best practices, then we can use that best practice in the rest of the university. And it's very important because we must learn from each other. Maybe the Lucknow campus is having something very good practice, and that has been, scalable, and and also you can repeat it, and so we'd like to see, what are the best practice of Greater Noida campus, or best practice of Dubai, or best practice of Tashkent or Lucknow campus, and how we can use the best practice in other institutions or the campuses. Uh, and also we must plan our action for any gaps which are identified. And because overall we have to improve our grade to A++. And also we have to be among the top universities. And because this will also enhance, it is not only the grade will enhance, but it will also enhance our ranking. And because the ranking and the accreditation both have many of the parameters are common. So therefore the IQS is very, very important, and my request to all the HOIs and the domain heads, please make the institutional domain and a campus IQS is very functional, very vibrant, and try to see, for example, now the results have been declared or are in process to be declared. IQC must analyze the, should ask the center superintendent and program leaders to present the result analysis, how the students have performed in their batch, and what the strategy the program leader is going to adopt to support the students, and or the faculty members. So therefore, for everything, we should have the presentation in the IQC, and and whether it's a result, whether it's a placement analysis, whether it's an admission analysis, what are we going to do for the admissions, or if we have the research, the what we will do. So if you look at all the seven criteria specific to each criteria, we must have how are we improving the quality, and that therefore analysis becomes very, very important, and therefore it has to be very, very functional, because I've seen in some of the domains, the domain IQC meetings were not held during the 2021, because people felt it is IQ, and the pandemic, they forget the domain IQC meeting also have to be held. So my request to all the deans and the domain heads, please schedule the domain IQC meeting more frequently than whatever these were earlier, because we can meet on the MS team. And also this is a time when each institution or the department or the student and the faculty needs more support than ever before. Therefore we need to talk about because I think the peer review analysis, all faculty were supposed to organize 4 to 6 sessions by the experts, and an institution can do the analysis. What have been how many faculty have organize the how many faculty have organized the guest lecture by the experts, how many have not organized, and how many faculty peer review was done by the other faculty about the quality of teaching, and how many faculty peer review was not done, and and then what should be strategy, because now we should do the peer review of the recorded lecture. We should do maybe the IQC should say how many faculty have uploaded their recording of the classes, and how many faculty have not uploaded, or how many faculty have prepared the e-content and uploaded on the ALMS, or how many have not. So many things can come, and that all should be presented in the institutional IQC. So therefore IQC is a body and the committee which is very powerful for the improving the quality of the institution, because it is a conscious, consistent, and catalytic action to improve the academic and administrative performance of the domain. It's very important how the HOIs really use the IQOC. And so therefore it will also is the measures for promotes the measures for the institutional functioning towards the quality enhancement, and through the internalizing the quality culture and the best practices. Very important. Sometimes we are only doing the ritual kind of thing. I think that we should go above the ritual, and we should be looking at it truly a truly quality improvement tool for our us. And so therefore there's so many functions are there. I'm sure all of you are aware that what are the functions of the IQC. I don't have to repeat it. It is the development and the application of quality benchmarks. Because if you are tourism department or hospitality, you should be benchmarking yourself with the top tourism institutions globally, and top hospitality institution, or the top law institution in the country, or the top engineering colleges. Where do you stand as an engineering college, or the management institution, or the pharmacy institution, or any institution? Benchmarking is very, very important. So benchmarking, internal benchmarking, and then the external benchmarking, national, international level. For you can have for any aspect, and that you can choose any of the parameters of NAC or beyond also. And also that it also creates the learner-centric environment, because when we are having the outcome assessment, all kind of things, and the stakeholders feedback, student feedback, alumni feedback, how do we use, and the peer review of the teaching, learning, all aspects, progression of the student, how do we improve our the students' learning? Maybe we need to have more self-directed learning. The assignments have to be more innovative. Support facilities have to be better one, more structured. So many things can come in this. So only the IQS is seriously looking into those aspects, and also the analyzing all kind of feedbacks. I request Dr. Rai, if we can give the access, if the HOIs or the deans do not have the access, there should be the access to all the feedbacks, all kind of feedbacks that we take from the various stakeholders. And also this is the IQC should be sharing all kind of the information which comes related to various quality parameters, and organizing accordingly the various workshops at the institution. So whenever you do any workshop, IQC logo should be there always in all the workshops. So that means it is IQC driven activities. And also this promotes the documentation, and also it becomes that the institution level or at the university level the nodal agency for all quality related activities. And also it conducts the various audits. And if we have today, if we know the how many class recordings are not uploaded, or how many faculty have not conducted the lectures by the external experts, or how many faculty have not uploaded the e-content, all kind of things are coming from the those academic audits which are being done by the QAE at the university level. But I want this to be done at the institutional level by the institutional audit teams. So IQSC must create an audit team at the institution level, and doing all kind of audits to ensure the compliance and the quality at the institutional level, and improving the processes. Because at the end of the day, students are in the center of our whole academic philosophy. And we being the research and innovation driven university, how do we promote the research one side, how we promote the internationalization, but have the students learning and their progression. And so therefore we our NEC AQR, I'm sure this time when the NEC AQR will be ready, and all the committee chairpersons from criteria 1 to the criteria 7, they will get the data from the institution in a manner. There will be little follow-up will be required for the additional data. So therefore, all HOIs have to see that they give the complete data. They should HOIs and domain heads should personally see everything before they are sending anything to the respective the criteria heads. So therefore, if your IQAC is a functional, you will be able to reap the many benefits from this. It will be bring the excellence in your institution, and it will enhance the quality, and that will be directly reflect on your admissions also. That will directly reflect on the placements of your students, and that's very important. And also, it will also help you to make the better decision for annual planning or for improvement, and also it will be help you to have the more frequent and improved communication amongst your stakeholders, and you can have the various strategy whatever you would like to adopt, whether you are having the ensuring your timely, efficient and progressive performance of the academic, administrative, financial tasks, or whether you are looking at the relevance and the quality of your academic and research programs. Because sometimes many institutions say, no, we want to introduce this program without really looking into in totality whether there is a demand of that program or not, and also when they want to discontinue without doing any demand, the research, whether there is demand of that particular program, but since they could not get the admission, they do not try to analyze that why the admissions are not there. Maybe the institution have not done that many efforts, or have not properly marketed lot many things. So that need to be analyzed, and then only taking the the proper proper decision whether to introduce a program or whether to discontinue a program. And also it has in whatever the evaluation procedures you have processes enhances the credibility of the organization. And also the whatever the proper support system you need, the structure you need or services you need, that also can be designed at the institution. If we are not analyzing the stakeholders feedback, the students have given their faculty feedback every time, and if we have not analyzed that feedback, we cannot improve properly the course curriculum, we cannot improve the teaching learning process. Maybe the faculty is not effective, so how we need to do the professional development of faculty. So if we are not analyze the student feedback, professional development of the faculty will not happen, so the faculty will continue to do the same mistake what the faculty have done in the previous. Or maybe that if we are not analyze the data properly, so maybe the assessment of the student or continuous assessment of the student is not effective, or maybe the students have not been given the proper feedback. So therefore, that analysis is very important. Stakeholders feedback, whether it's course feedback by the student, or whether it's the exit survey of the students, or the comprehensive examination, or the rubrics, those things need to be analyzed properly to understand what is the attainment level of the learning or the satisfaction of the student or the stakeholders. What processes we need to improve, what services we need to improve, what support system we need to improve or put in place. So therefore, it's very important. Maybe we have to add on some additional infrastructure, or the new lab equipments, or the add on to the more books. Could be anything. So that can only, if we are doing the analysis properly, we can only then improve the processes and functions and the systems. So this is the composition, whether at the institution level or whether it is the university level or domain level. So the HOI or the vice chancellor or the dean were the chairperson of the respective IQC, and then are the rest of the members. So with this, I would um, so therefore this I have already completed. So this I have already. So any questions, or we can have the questions at the end.
Thank you very much, Honorable VC ma'am, for your introduction and laying the foundations of AQAR 2020 and 2021. And in a very elaborate manner, you have explained all the issues of AQAR to the faculty members, HOIs, deans, and IQAC members. And now me and Mr. Pradeep are going to.
Dr. Rai, one second. My
Yes, ma'am.
request to all the faculty, all the participants, please put your questions in the chat box, and the respective chairperson of the criteria and the QE members, Pradeep and Dr. Rai, we will respond to your queries. And the HOs, anybody can answer. So if any questions are there, please put in the chat box and or in QA.
Thank you, ma'am. So this is the program schedule of today. You already have it. Honorable VC ma'am has already spoken, and now I and Mr. Pradeep Kumar, Deputy Director Accreditation, will speak. And then we have criteria-wise presentation. Criteria 1 will be presented by Dr. Manor Sachinani and Dr. Bharti Kapoor. Criteria 2 will be presented by Dr. Sujata Kandai and Dr. Atma Kapoor. Criteria 3 will be presented by Dr. W. Selvamurthy. Criteria 4 will be presented by Rear Admiral R.C. Kochar. And criteria 5 will be presented by Dr. R.S. Rai, that is me. And criteria 6 will be presented by Dr. B. Laya. This is the agenda of our presentation right now. We are going to show you the highlights of AQAR 2020-21, in which template AQAR we are going to fill for 2020 and 21. What are the benefits of filling AQAR? What is the role of institution in filling AQAR? What is difference between extended profile template and other parts of AQAR? And importance of SOPs and data templates. So regular submission of AQAR is being made mandatory by NAC for second and subsequent cycle of submissions for all accredited higher education institutions. It is very important that we fill all AQARs post our NAC accreditations, and then only they will allow us for the subsequent cycle of accreditation. On completion of academic year, higher education institutions have to submit the AQAR on or before 31st December of every year. So 2021 will be over by 30th June, and we have 6 months for the data collection, preparation, compilation, checking everything, and then uploading it on the AQAR portal. And once we've submitted the AQAR, it will be verified by NAC, and they may ask some clarification about the data and information that we provided in the AQAR. And therefore, we have to be very careful with our data and all type of the evidences that we are providing along with it. Some of the highlights of AQAR 2020-21. First thing is that NAC has revised the formats of AQAR with effect from academic year 2021. The AQAR format is being modified in tune with the revised accreditation format. Earlier, till 2019-2020, the AQAR format was different from the accreditation format and SSR, and therefore the AQAR templates and SSR templates are quite in variation. But now they have made AQAR format also in tune with the accreditation format. So the tools and the parameters in the new AQAR have been designed in such a way that while preparing for AQAR, we are preparing for the SSR of the next cycle also. So AQAR template has two parts. Part A has data of the university and extended profile of the university. And then part B has the criteria-wise input for 7 criteria. So we've given the link of revised format of AQAR here, which is quite a big format, and data template of AQAR, which we've already sent to all the stakeholders. And post this workshop, we'll send it again to all of you. There are uh, three types of details that we would like you to know. Quantitative matrices in the AQAR are 79, and then there are qualitative matrices for which we have to give write-up. They are 39, and in extended profile, there are 14 matrices. So there are total 126 matrices for which we have to provide data in AQAR. I request Mr. Pradeep Kumar to take the presentation forward from here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And thank you to Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, and the respected deans and the faculty members and my fellow colleagues. So now from this onwards, I just explained that the benefits of AQAR, like apart from already we have gone through that AQAR is one of the mandatory requirement from second cycle onwards. And now we are going to start our third cycle. So this is one of the things which, apart from the benefit, it is mandatory. So the benefits, like already Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am has given a very elaborated presentation on the benefits, like why it is important. One thing, if we say that the annual academic, this annual quality assurance report, if we call it as a report card of our institution or of our work throughout the year of the last year, then we can also say that whatever work we have done, it's a scorecard of our work. So that reflects to the annual report. And the most important benefit of AQR is whatever we are doing, it is being cumulated. And the whole thing will be summed up of 4 year. And then in the fifth year, the NAC checks it with the AQR that how much we are align or differ from the AQR. It is very important that all our activities, what we are submitting year on year, it need to be same. It need to be aligned and even improved every year. But we cannot say that something which we did not submit in last 4 years, and suddenly in the last year, if we say that now we will make a very bounce jump on our improvement, that will, number one, it will not be feasible. Number two, it will be suspicious. So therefore, we need to make our continuous efforts year on year. So the first benefit is that definitely, sorry, it shows our improvements, our efforts as a report card. Number two, it is helping us to cumulate our data so that at the end, when we are going to re-accreditation, and very soon, maybe with the permission of Chancellor Sir and Vice Chancellor Ma'am, maybe this year or next, we will go for the re-accreditation. So it is also very important that we should have all the data with evidences in hand. And already the remaining part, Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am has explained in the benefits. So I just continue with the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Is control, who is the control? Riser, please, next slide, please. So now the role of institution, actually most of the, in fact, I would say that every activity which is related with the student, because if we are in a medical institution, then we deal with the patients. But when we are in the higher education, we deal with the students. And all other departments are actually, as are they are working as a support department, so that we can help institutions for enhancing the teaching learning activities. So the role of institution is very, very critical in all accreditations, rankings, student services, and all the activities of the university. So for preparing AQAR, the all activities which are being held at the institution level all need to be recorded in the minutes of meeting with the specific documents, evidences, and we need to ensure that all these effective implementation of guidelines which are given by the IQAC at university or domain level, and also the SRAs, the statutory and regulatory bodies, because many institutions are also following the different councils, like council of pharmacy or rehabilitation or bar. So different all we need to adhere all these regulations and norms. So in our AQAR, we need to ensure not only the timely submission, also we need to see that everything, whatever is laid down in their policies, we are functioning as per that. So the role of institution for filling AQR is very, very important, because institutional, when we get the report of all the institutions together, that sum of the reports becomes the report of university AQR. So that is why every institution and every department, when we get the report card, they are functioning with evidence, and we can show the NAC that how we are improving. Then only we can achieve our A++ on year working. So the role of institution is all the activities need to be recorded in timely manner. We should not delay in recording, because we see that so many times on Amazon, when we go for collecting data, capturing data from Amazon, we find that so many institutions data is not available due to certain reasons. So please, wherever the formats are given, all institutions are requested to fill the information timely. Next, please. So now we talk about the linkage of extended profile with the criteria. So first of all, actually extended profile is actually earlier was the part of SSR. Before this year, 2021, the last year, because now we are going to fill this AQR from this year for the last year. So earlier in the old format, extended profile was not a part of AQAR, but now it is being part of this. So first we need to understand what is the importance of extended profile. The extended profile basically carries that data which is being used in so many other places of the criteria. For example, number of students. Number of students actually is used, that how many computers we are using in the university, so the ratio is calculated. Number of students with our pass percentage, number of students in our enrolled classes. So those numbers which are being used at multiple places for calculations, for data verification and validations, those data actually is a part of extended profile. For example, number of faculty, then number of our courses, number of programs. So those things will be calculated not only in one matrix or one criteria, but also in so many other criteria. Like if we see at this slide, actually, there are no clear linkages given what in 1.1, it is linked with 1.1.2, 1.2.2. So you will find, and it is also one another thing. If we go to the next slide, please, we will find that one matrix of under one criteria is also actually connected with some other. Like it is very much possible, like if we see the example of 2.1, number of students during the year, this metric is not connected only with the criteria 1, it is also connected with the criteria 2 as well. So it is very much possible that the linkage of one matrix is connected with some other criteria. So that's why we need to first of all fill the extended profile very carefully, and the data of extended profile we should have in hand, because that will be common. All the calculations will be based on that number only. So similarly, when we see that this is 2.2, the number of outgoing students. So this number of students in all these matrices, you will find this number of students, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4. The common factor is number of students. Either they are being evaluated, their answer sheets, their passing percentage, or it's appearing in examination. So all these are linked with the number of students. Next, please. So I believe that you will be able to see this, although the little, oh yeah, this is now fine. Okay, fine. I just come back to the previous slide once again. The previous one, please. Yes. So here also about the linkage, when we see the criteria, this is a matrix number 4.1. This 4.1 is linked with the demand ratio. The 4.1 actually is a part of criteria 4, infrastructure. But it is also associated or linked with demand ratio, which is a part in criteria 2, the demand ratio, which is the number of seats available and number of applications filled. So we need to see, while we are filling our all the respected chairperson and co-chairpersons of the criteria committee, They are requested to see because their criteria. So when they are writing or working on their criteria, they need to have some intercommunication as well, so that other person, wherever the criteria is being used or linked, if they know what the number they are filling, so in between when they are working, it is requested that please you may have some internal communication as well, so that data can be compliance, that it can be compliant in a similar manner. Now this is the importance of SOP and data template. Data template is nothing just the format of NAC, formats which are prescribed, defined by the NAC, which we cannot modify, which we cannot alter. So templates are just the kind of formats which are fixed formats. While we are submitting the data in AQAR or SSR, we have to use only the same formats, that is data template, which is available and already shared with the team members and HOIs, and after this presentation will be shared. Now the SOP, the standard operating procedure. Standard procedure, operating procedure is one of the very important document, because it has been found that several times HOIs or institutions submit the report. But if they are submitting the reports, their file attachments in some third party software, suppose Google Drive or some other, not only Google Drive, maybe OneDrive, which is a Microsoft product. So if we are submitting in all our attachment in authentic way, but using third party software, NAC will not consider that, and that will mark us as 0 marks. So it is very important that this standard operating procedure need to be looked at very carefully, because it tells us that what to do, what not to do. If we are submitting all our supporting documents, but if those documents are not under the guidelines of SOP, like SOP explains which are the documents to be signed by which signing authority. It also explains what not to be considered while we are submitting the data. So if we are writing, suppose it is asking, enter the number of workshops or detail of workshops or conferences. But in SOP of criteria 6, if we go, it will clearly say while we are filling the number of workshops or conferences, please do not include those workshops which you have already entered as the result of criteria 3. So if we have entered those things there, those not to be repeated here. If we are repeating, it will be treated as a false or as a malfunctioning. That will not be good for the institution. So SOP is one of the very important document. In fact, I will request that while we are working on our AQAR, SOP should be the first document to read. It is the first document to read. It will show, it will explain what should be the file size of attachment. Like it shows more than 5 MB of file cannot be attached. So it means if you are creating a file for AQAR which consists heavy data, then that cannot be uploaded directly. We need to go through with some other way that we can upload it on our university portal centrally, and that hyperlink can be given. So NAC foundation is limitation is only 5 MB of data can be submitted. But it is very possible, so many places it asks to send a scanned copy of our all approvals. So that approval document may go beyond 20 MB or more than that also. So that we can create as a hyperlink. So what kind of file we can upload? Only Excel file in AQAR. So what type of file, what is the size of file, authenticity, and what kind of data we can submit, all these, what to be considered, what not to be considered. So this is the first document to study. Based on this, because it shows that instructions for HOIs to consider, and other column shows instructions for HOIs not to consider, that what not to include. So while you are preparing, it is requested this importance of SOP and data template is very highly critical, because SOP is just showing what to do, what not to do, and templates are showing in which format we need to fill the data. Because doing the right work in the right way in under the right format, then only we will get the result. Thank you very much. So if there is any question so far, you are most requested to ask that question, please.
Just a minor clarification, Pradeep, very
Sir.
wonderful presentation you gave. When
Thank
you
you,
said
sir.
SOP, this is, you want to say that SOP for defining guidelines of this. Second last slide, the last slide.
Sir, actually, this
Regarding
SOP
SOPs.
is a document. We will share after this presentation today. NAC is having a SOP. It's a PDF file which is available. This is actually, if we
You
click
want to
here,
say
it
SOP
will,
for, okay, all right.
this
is not in general. This is not in general.
No, it is not in journal. It is a
Okay.
particular file, one particular file, which contains the guideline
Doc-
standard
So,
operating
Bansal
procedure.
sir,
This
this
is the
is
file.
the
Dr.
SOP.
Bansal,
Very fine.
Dr. Bansal,
Yes, ma'am.
for all 7
Yes, ma'am.
criteria for each matrix or parameter, NAC has
SOP.
given the the SOP. For example, value addition course, we were considering those 3 value addition courses. Those are not the value addition courses because as per SOP or NAC SOP, value addition courses are those which are not counted in the
Not part of
program
curriculum.
structure
Curriculum.
for the calculating the result.
You're
So
absolutely
the
right, ma'am.
meaning
That
of the
I have seen.
SOP is very
I was-
important.
No, ma'am, absolutely right. You are, ma'am. I was just slightly confused because I thought this is basically SOP for some other document he is referring to. That is why I clarified.
So Bansal sir,
Thank you.
this is the SOP on your screen.
Yeah.
So for example, they have defined, for example, metric 1.1, what is the metric detail? What are the
Dr.
requirements?
Rai, I have seen. Dr. Rai, this I have seen. Actually, you know,
Right.
I slightly got confused because the last slide which Pradeep showed. Pradeep, if you can just show the slide, why I asked actually.
Sir.
So I
Sir.
thought you are basically speaking about the template and all those things in general you are speaking about. That is why I said, as this I had seen. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Rai, if you can give me the sharing rights.
Right. Thank you, everyone. Please.
Nick, please give the sharing rights to Sajnani sir.
And Professor Kapoor.
And
Professor Kapoor
Kapoor,
first.
sir.
Professor Kapoor first. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Professor Kapoor, let me give the background to
Sir,
this.
before that, I have missed after criteria 6, we have presentation of criteria 7 by Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay sir. And then we will have a quiz on AQAR. So I would request everyone to participate in that, conducted by QAE. And then we will have concluding remarks by Honorable Vice Chancellor. And then vote of thanks by Honorable Registrar. Sir,
Dr. Rai, before I request Professor Kapoor to start with criteria 1, and when we refer to your program circulated, so on the criteria 1, of which our Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, is the chairperson, and we have got joint co-chairpersons, that is me and Professor Kapoor. And as per the program schedule, the first agenda item is requirement of standard operating procedures. So my colleague Professor Kapoor will be taking it up. And when it comes to data templates, institution-specific metrics, and lessons learned from past AQAR submissions, that will be taken up by me with the permission of Honorable
Sajnani
VC.
sir, one direction from Honorable Vice Chancellor is there. We need to clarify which all data we have available at central level and which all data we request from the HOI and institutions, so that they can focus on that particular part.
Right, sir. Me and Kapoor sir will try to handle that also.
Yeah, and I have this request to all the chairpersons.
Right.
Okay,
Over to Professor Kapoor, sir.
good afternoon, Honorable Vice Chancellor and my esteemed colleagues. I will be covering the whatever aspects are covered for the criteria, NAC criteria 1 in the standard operating procedure. Some of the highlight points which are there in the standard operating procedure, I have just highlighted few of them. Otherwise, Pradeep had covered that. So firstly, the point is that NAC only supports only 5 MB of the data for each metric, and if it exceeds the 5 MB, then the higher education institutions should load this thing on its website and not on any third party websites. So third party like Google or OneDrive or any other drive, then it is not, the NAC does not take into account those data, and we don't get the marks. It is mandatory to fill the templates in the specific formats for provided. It is mandatory also to respond all clarifications raised by the DVV within a stipulated time. Once data is uploaded, this is important, and the links are submitted to the NAC, then changes of oblique additions are not permissible. Now I will come to the criteria one. The one thing which has been added here is that number of programs offered year-wise for the last 5 years. Now we have to provide a list of all the programs, and our brochure and prospectus should have that list in its, that all the programs which we are giving into the NAC, our brochure oblique prospectus should reflect that. And this list has to be provided year-wise, should be specified on letterhead of the and signature of the institution. Now, some of the important points which are specific instructions to the HIs are given. They have given the course and program. It is in the same, the definition of this is same as we are using it in our institution. And program list as approved by the registrar only has to be done. And short-term programs do not lead to a degree are not to be included. This has been further also clarified that diploma courses, except for the PG diploma programs, these are not to be included. Here it is diploma programs other than PG diploma programs not to be included. So this we need to keep it in mind. And the second 1.2, which it is talking of, is number of departments offering academic programs. The second matrix is provide the list of departments along with the programs offered by the respective departments. So this we are doing it to ensure that the web links are operational, whatever we are doing, and showing it and giving it to the NAC. Now, metric-wise standard operating procedure for the criteria one are as follows. 1.1.2. It says percentage of program where the syllabus revision was carried out during the last 5 years. Now, in this, the important thing is we have to give the list of the programs where the syllabus has been revised. And if we will see this, what we have to submit is the approved minutes of the relevant academic council oblique BOS. We are doing it in the same manner wherever the revision is carried out. We are giving the academic council minutes and attaching it. Now, the important thing out here is that the programs which have undergone a change up to 25, to the extent of 25% or more, only has to be considered as the programs where the revision has been carried out. If the revision is in the minor, if the syllabus is changed more, the second thing is that if the syllabus of the course is changed more than once in a program in 5 years, then it has to be counted only once. Now, minor renaming oblique minor changes, that is less than 20% if we are doing, then it is not to be included as a the programs which have undergone a revision. Now, every percentage of courses having focus on employability, 1.1.3, employability, entrepreneurship skill development or skill development offered by the university. Now we have to have the syllabus of copies of the course highlighting the focus on employability, entrepreneurship, and skill development, along with the course outcomes to be has to be provided, and provide mapping of the course to employability, oblique entrepreneurship, oblique skill development. Now the HOIs have in their own logins, they have got on Amazon, they have to tick mark which all courses are providing employability, oblique entrepreneurship, and skill development. And that's how, when we are collecting the data for the NAC criteria 1 at university level from various institutes, we get a complete list. This whole system is automated. Only point out here, which I want to emphasize, is that the HOIs should very deliberately go into the syllabus and see which all courses are providing this employability, entrepreneurship, or oblique skill development, and then tick mark those. Now, the caution out here is that the courses which are not directly leading to employability, oblique entrepreneurship skill cannot be considered out here. So this criteria has to be seen very, very carefully. 1.2.1 percentage of new courses introduced out of the total number of courses across all programs offered during the last 5 years. Now, this we have a procedure in our AAB and BOS, and we are uploading this data and collecting this thing. So list of this new courses we are doing by all institutions are quite clearly doing this thing. And it is also then being put up to the academic council for the approval of these things through AAB minutes. Percentage of programs in which choice-based credit system, oblique elective course system has been implemented in, and the data has to be given of the latest year. We are doing it every year in our AQAR. We are giving the number of new courses which have been in fact, in all our course programs and courses programs, we are implementing choice-based system. So all the new programs where we are introducing the choice-based credit system is implemented as it is. So minutes of the academic council are to be given out here, and this we are following it very diligently. Now, this is where the Vice Chancellor was also emphasizing that number of value-added courses for imparting transferable and life skills offered during this thing. This definition of value-added courses has changed from this year. So list of value-added courses are which are optional. Firstly, the condition is optional and offered outside the curriculum of the program as endorsed by the appropriate authority. So these are the courses which students have to take optionally, and they are not part of the curriculum. This is what it means. Now, what we have to do is we have to have a brochure and course container syllabus along with the course outcomes of value-added courses offered. Now, courses of varying duration. Now, the duration they have said is minimum 30 contact hours should be there, and then only this has to be taken into account as a value-added courses that are optional and offered outside. Again, they are saying specific instruction to the higher education institution is that, again, they are repeating the same thing, that adds value to the holistic development of the students. Now, online courses opted by students which are not offered by the institution. So the courses can be online, but if they are not offered by the institution, they will not be considered. If you are taking the courses which are offered by other institutions or NPTEL or anything, those will not be considered as a value-added courses. Now, in metric 1.3.3, average percentage of students enrolled in this courses, the one which we have just discussed. Now, the DVB, the data verification and valuation partners, may ask for the certificates of randomly. So for every course, we have to give a certificate of participation to the students. So the DVV may ask for the certificates of randomly selected students enrolled in such courses and also attendance sheets of selected courses to be provided. So this point is very, very important, which has to be taken into account. Now, metric 1.3.4, which says percentage of students undertaking field projects, research projects, internships, data. Now, data to be provided only for the latest. I just want to emphasize one point out here. We have been sending reminders after reminders to the institutions that kindly please upload the completion certificate. We are still finding there is a lot of gap in this uploading of the completion certificate. So whatever internships or whatever we are doing, any field projects or
Sir,
any
we have 5
projects.
minutes more, sir. Satnani sir and Kapoor sir.
Okay.
Okay.
So okay,
Okay.
I'll just try to finish.
Kapoor, I have to give my portion also.
Okay, I'm just finishing. So this field visits and this thing should be actually completion certificate should be uploaded. Then only it is actually considered. And another point is one student involved in multiple field projects and or research projects and or internship should be counted as one. Now this is 1.4.1 concerned with the curriculum development only and can be considered. Anyway, this is we are as it is following, and for the sake of conserving some time, so I will finish out here. This is and I request now Dr. Sajnani. Sorry, Dr.
Thank
Sajnani.
you, Professor Kapoor. I mean, you have done a great help for me. Can I get the share right? Is it visible? Is it visible?
It's visible.
Yeah. So quickly, I will run through because some part of my criteria 1 has already been covered by Dr. Rai. First of all, by Honorable PC ma'am, then by Professor Rai, then by Pradeep ji, and then by Professor Kapoor. Now, metric 1.1.1, which is a QLM, wherein we have to give a write-up on the need for the development of a curriculum or review. Rightly said by BC ma'am that we need to assess the need for such programs before we start any program. Because it is not just about closing of the program, but we need to assess the need at national, regional, and global level, and for which we have got so many reports to refer to. So it is humble submission for all fellow esteemed HOIs that please refer to all such reports which are published or unpublished. We have to give a description in 200 words. Now, this is the template given by NAAC for criteria 1.1.1 program for which syllabus revision was carried out during the academic year, where we have to mention program, program code, program suggestion, and date of revision. Professor Kapoor has rightly mentioned that date of revision is the date when the academic council has approved it. So we have to upload the agenda and that part of academic council of the minutes also. Now, how do we fetch data? We fetch data on Amazon with the help of each one of our esteemed fellow HOIs. Now, this is the template which we use to fetch data for criteria 1.1.1a, the program details. Now, important part here is, as rightly mentioned by Professor Kapoor, that every HOI, every the member of PROAC, member of BOS, or any other academic body, that whatever data we feed, that data should be correct. Because when we are preparing the minutes of BOS, when we are preparing the minutes of AB, and the data which we upload on Amazon, it should match. Last time, what we have seen is that the data what we received in the academic office as part of the minutes of BOS and academic and the AB and the data which we uploaded as HOI on Amazon, they were not matching. There was a mismatch. So, it creates problem when it comes to compilation or when it comes to fetching data from Amazon. Then we have got for at the course level, then again name of the course is introduced. Now here we have to give the link also for all evidences. If you see on the right side, we have got evidences, syllabus, prior and post revision of the courses, minutes of the meeting for AB, minutes of the meeting for BOH, minutes of the meeting for academic council, all evidences. Please do not forget to attach the document evidence, documentary evidence, which are the minutes of the meeting, which is very important. And everywhere you see they're asking for link. So when Pradeep was mentioning that, there is a constraint of 5 MB. So what we can do, we can always give a URL there. Now 1.1.3, list of the program courses focused on employability, entrepreneurship, skill development during the academic year, year-wise. Now this is very important. Here we face a lot of confusion. Which courses to be categorized as employability oriented, entrepreneurship oriented, skill development. Now for this, I think SOP has made it very clear. And then we have to support that if we are categorizing a course from our curriculum as employability oriented, how? The genesis of it, basis of it, the entrepreneurship oriented, skill development, and we have to categorize them and we have to justify it, and all the minutes have to be uploaded on Amazon and the link may be given for that. Now lessons learned from the previous AQAR, very quickly 1.1.2. The dates of the revisions were given different for different programs. So it was difficult for the academic office, and every time we need to take the direction from the competent authorities and the clarifications were taken. So there should be no need for such clarifications. We all are very clear on this. The institution defends by saying that these are the dates of BOS and AB, whereas the revised program gets approved in the academic council only, then it gets implemented. So what we should give the date of the academic council when it is approved. Dates mentioned are same for all programs and courses, which is the date of the commencement of session. And the important point to remember. 1.2.1, number of new courses introduced of the total number of courses across all programs offered. Now here we need to remember that the data required for name of the new course introduced, name of the program, which this course is a part of which program. Now, what we do, sometimes we introduce a new program with new courses, but sometimes we introduce a new program, but we have got courses which are already on offer and we include them in our program, a new program. But even then, these courses should be called a new course. We include them as new course. Upload the data template, upload relevant supporting documents. Now, what are those templates or data? Now, this is as per NAC. The template is given for data. Template is given metric 1.2.1. When new programs introduced during the academic year, we have got program, specialization, we have date of introduction. And this is for the new courses. So separately for the program and for the courses. And this data is though centrally available, but still all institutions are the custodian, because I am the custodian of my BOS minutes, I am the custodian of my AAP minutes, I am the custodian of my PROAC minutes. So the data which is with me is very authentic and I must upload the same data, and then later on we can verify that data from the central data also. 1.2.1, new program introduced during the academic year. Now this is the data we fetch from Amazon. So these templates are available on Amazon, but only one request, that every individual, whosoever is responsible from the institution, must feed the data very diligently and very correctly, because there is no scope of any error, because we otherwise we lose marks on our NAC accreditation. We need to remember that. 1.2.1b, new courses introduced. Earlier was the new program, a new Here we have to give stream also, and we are doing it as a consolidated data. Now this data can be used for various purposes.
Dr. Sajani,
Ma'am, sorry,
I
ma'am.
just want to add, sorry for interrupting, I just want to
Ma'am,
add one thing,
Ma'am, please.
that where we have written everywhere a plan and a report.
Yes, ma'am.
The plan means that the plan for the next year.
Next year, and the report is
means
last year.
Report for this year.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we are planning. We are for academic planning purpose also. We are using these templates.
So
Yes,
that means
thank
the
you, ma'am.
institution have to do the both the things.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. 1.2.1c, courses revised during the academic year, plan and report. As ma'am rightly clarified this, plan is for the next year and report is the last year. But important thing for us everywhere is that this all data is available with us. We don't have to go anywhere. Only thing is we have to just, run through our files and we can upload them. But another important point is that timely. We must maintain our time because this is very time sensitive assignment, and we must finish, as rightly said by VC ma'am, that within 2 months of the completion of the session, we must do it. So July is the deadline. So please put somebody on the job. The entire team should be on the job to gather this data, and so that easily you can put it on Amazon.
Sir, I would request you to conclude, sir. Sorry.
Ma'am, Dr. Rai, just 2 more minutes. I'll quickly. Now, this is the template for 1.2.2. Programs in which choice-based care system is introduced, for which we only have to, any new program which we introduce, we have choice-based guide system or active courses introduced, and this is 100% for us. And we only have to give a letter from our registrar that it is being implemented. Program in which choice-based, this is the format which we use for our Amazon purpose to fetch data. Now 1.3 is the QLM base, where we have to give a statement in about 1,000 words, how we are making our curriculum enriched through value-added courses. Not much has been spoken about this. I'll skip this. 1.3.2 on the value-added courses. What are the course codes? How many students? Now there's a point of difference, Raisa, I want to mention here. Maybe for one value-added course, 1,000 students have registered, but how many of them have qualified is important. So we can have 2 columns. How many students have registered and how many of them are qualified? So these many certificates were given away. 1.3.2 value-added courses. This is the list of transferable skills and life skills. I hope we understand the difference between transferable skills and life skills. So we need to understand the difference between these 2 sets of skills. 1.3.3 average percent of students enrolled in the courses under 1.3.2 for value-added courses, and 1.3.4 a summary of the number of students undertaking field projects. Once again, I'll reiterate, though we have all the data, but we need to just collate it and present it on Amazon. Please upload all the required documents on Amazon in time. That is important. 1.3.4 number of students undertaking field project internship. Please upload all required certificates, and I think we need to understand a certificate from a student is also required, that he has or she has completed her internship, a project, a field study, and so on and so forth. That is also to be uploaded. And we find a lot of gaps in that when it comes to assessment of such document uploading on Amazon. Now, the same thing I have mentioned here, that documents are not uploaded on time. Structured feedback from stakeholders. This is what all we are doing. 1.4.1, wherein we are taking feedback, we are getting feedback from all stakeholders, and then we have to use, we have to give a QLM, we have to give a write-up, how effectively we are using this feedback that we have gathered from all the stakeholders, and then that decides that whether the outcome assessment is actually achieved or not as per desired results. With this, thank you, Honorable VC ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Rai. Thank you, Professor Kapoor.
Sir, thank you very much for your elaborate presentation. Thanks to Dr. Sajnani and Dr. Kapoor, sir. Before we move to criteria 2, there is a little announcement. Honorable VC Madam has sent an email for 2 days workshop on e-content and curriculum design to everyone. for which HOIs are supposed to give nominations. So we are receiving emails for nomination for attendees. Right now, we don't need any nomination for attendees. Please go through the program schedule, and wherever the name of your institution is mentioned, if you think there is a faculty who has developed very good e-content or whose expertise we must share with our faculty colleagues across the university, please share those names only. Those will be, you think, could be a speaker for that conference. Please share those names only by today evening.
Yeah, so Dr. Rai, so to all the HOI dean, in the program schedule, name of the institution is already given, or the domain of the institution the name is already given. From where the faculty to be nominated to be the resource person. So my request to all the deans and HOIs are that please nominate the faculty as a resource person who will be conducting this workshop, or who will be sharing their experiences. But for attending, for participating in the workshop, it is compulsory for all faculty, because every faculty is required to develop the e-content. So therefore, workshop is compulsory for everybody, from dean to faculty, everybody. But yes, the resource person we want to have, because 1 year's experience of all the faculty members, they have developed the e-content, they have used the e-content, they have used the various tools. We want to learn from the faculty who have optimally used the various tools, have come up with the innovative way of developing the e-content. So therefore, share those names. So thank you very much, Dr. Rai, bringing this.
Thank you, ma'am. So also please do remember, whomsoever you are proposing as a resource person, Honorable VC ma'am will have their meeting today at 8 p.m. For the first day, 19th, to tell them about the expectations, etc., and how they are going to make their presentation. Now I request Dr. Sujata Khandai and Dr. Alpana Kakkar for module 2. Over to you, ma'ams.
Thank you, Dr. Rai. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you, Premkanti, for sharing the document. I think she's trying to share it. So this is criteria 2. Dr. Alpana and me, we are leading this criteria. We have our team members. There is some issue. I think Premkanti is resolving it. I have, the ma'am entrusted me with the responsibility very recently, so I'm just trying to learn. So I will not be able to answer all the questions, but Premkanti is there and my team members are also there. So most of them will answer the questions. Otherwise, I will take care of all of it. So I'm still learning. That is what I wanted to say. Premkanti, is there a problem or shall I share? Premkanti, shall I share? If you're having issues, shall I try and share?
Dr. Sujata, do you have rights to share?
She has taken the rights because she said she'll share. So I'm just Premkanti. I don't think I can hear. Let me just give me 1 minute, please.
I think ma'am is having a laptop issue, so can I give you right, ma'am? I'm given.
I don't see it on my phone, on my laptop, that system.
See towards right button of stop video and start video.
No, I don't see it. It is okay. Just
in the bottom, you can see the share screen button option. There.
I know that share screen is not live in my. Okay, just a minute. I have to just give me one. Alpana, can you share? I have I'm using a Mac, so can you please give it to Dr. Alpana Kakkar to share? You have the, you probably don't have the latest one, but you just share it. That is the latest one. Puneet, can you give it to her? Because I'm using a Mac and my Mac is not allowing me. I have to set the privacy settings. That will take some time.
Yes, ma'am, given to Alpana, ma'am.
Yeah, can you please share, Alpana? I'm sorry for the delay, for this confusion.
Ma'am, Premkanti ma'am is want to share. Can I give the rights to Premkanti ma'am?
If she's able to share, please give it to her quickly. Jo bhi kar deta hai. Jo bhi quickly karta hai, because we have very limited time. Dr. Rai will then tell me within 20 minutes. I'll go very quickly through it.
Okay, please switch in that case.
We already have spillover, ma'am.
Don't worry, Dr. Rai. As it is, I speak very fast. So
right.
I will quickly go through it. Okay, so this is the committee members. So we have a very large team. Premkanti, next one, please. So we will quickly run through all of them. So we are from 2.1 to 2.7. There are 7 key indicators. And these are the description of various indicators. I'm sure all of you have it. We have gone through one NAC cycle anyway, very recently. So we are all very familiar. So I will not read them again. Let's go to 2.1, Premkanti. So as extended profile of the university was very adequately explained by Pradeep. So here we will be the standard operating procedures are detailed there. All the data templates are there. Some data templates will not be there, which we have prepared it because they were not provided by NAC. So that those data templates we have prepared. Can we go to the next slide? So let's look at the first one, the 2.1 student enrollment. This is talking about 2.1.1 is talking about the demand ratio, where we are talking of the number of seats available during the year. So this is program wise, the number of seats which are sanctioned for each program, and the eligible applications received and the number of students admitted. Now, this we will get from admissions. The next slide, please. This data we will be getting from admissions because they have all this data. Now here, if you see, the SOP is clearly defined, and the documents which are required are the list of the containing the number of applications received which the programs, which is to be endorsed, of course, by the competent authority, and the document related to sanction also. So each program has a sanction number of seats. That is something which should have the approval of the intake should have the approval of the competent authority. Now, HEIs for all the specific instruction, these are detailed by NAC, that there's a sanction admission strength in each program versus the number of applications received. Now, Mr. Pradeep and Dr. Rai both they said that there is a document verification and validation stage. At that time also, NAC may come back to us and ask us for some data, some more data. We must give, so this is a very good thing that NAC has done. Sometimes we may forget to give some data at that point of time, or they may want some additional data. Within a specified period, we should submit the data to them. So we have to upload the relevant supporting documents as the SOP, which is detailed what are the documents required. This is to be finalized by July 21. Next one, please. Now, the data template 2.1.2, this is again given by NAC, which is talking about, this is a new template which has been introduced. This is talking of the number of actual students admitted from the reserved categories. So all the reserved categories are mentioned and how much has been earmarked as per the government or the GOI, the state government or the central government, and the number of students who have actually been admitted at Amity University under each of the categories. Next one. Now, these are the documents which are required. One is the copy of the letter which is issued by the state government. That is to be translated in English, translated copy in English is to be provided. The final admission list indicating the category as published by the HEI and which is endorsed by the competent authority, and the admission extract submitted to the state OBC, SC and ST cell every year, and the number of seats that has been earmarked. So here we should include only those reserved categories. There may be many reserved categories, but we will take into consideration only those reserved categories which are by the government of India or the state government. And we should only indicate those seats which have been filled against the quota. Now here, this is something which I had also asked this out. There are many students, probably there are students who do not, who do not admit themselves in the SC/ST category. They may belong to one of the reserved categories, but they may not, admit themselves in the category. They will be considered as general category students also. If they have not identified themselves as belonging to the reserved category, they will be admitted in the general category only. This is the responsibility of we will get this data from admissions. Next one, please. The second one is catering to student diversity. That is indicator 2.2. Now, this is a QLM, that is, it is subjective, and this has to be, so here each institution must assess the learning levels of the students. This is to do with advanced learners, slow learners. We have had a lot of discussions regarding who is to be considered as an advanced learner and who is considered as a slow learner. It is not that a person who is weak in a specific subject is considered to be a slow learner. So we must identify and clearly who is an advanced learner and what strategies we have adopted, what is the scientific way we have adopted to identify the advanced and the slow learners, and what strategies we have adopted to support them and promote them further. So this is the QLM. This has to be subjectively written in not more than 200 words, and we will also have to upload relevant supporting documents. So these are the points to be taken into consideration. One is a scientific way, which I spoke of just now. How do we identify? It is not that a person is weak or a person has failed in a particular subject. He's a weak learner. No, he's not. He's not a slow learner. We must identify very clearly. And there should be the list of students with evidence for both slow and advanced learners, and what action has been taken. This should also be updated and uploaded on Amazon. And the system should be devised in such a way, so each institution should have that specific inbuilt system, which should be that we are able to bring the slow learners at par with our other levels of learning, expected levels of learning. Now, in the point to be noted here is that GSSE bridge courses are not to be included as interventions for slow learners. GSSA is mainly to help our students clear their, if they have any back papers, and bridge courses are any gap in learning. In accounting, for instance, we have students who may be coming from a non-accounting background. So if they are given a bridge course in accounting to be able to be on top as far as the BCom program is concerned. That is the bridge course. That is the expectation from a bridge course, not to bring slow learners up to the expected level of learning. Next, please. Now, this is the data template for this was not provided, but then this is a data template which is prepared, taking the SOP into consideration. This is the student and the full-time teacher ratio. The full-time teacher is at least who has taught 90% of the time. So this is a full-time teacher ratio for each institution for that academic year program, the number of students enrolled and the total number of teachers. So this will give us the student-teacher ratio. Next, please. Now here the SOP is the certified list of, so what are the documents which are required? The certified list of full-time teachers, along of course with the departmental affiliation, and the list of students who have been enrolled for each of the programs in that academic year. And here, as I said earlier, the teacher should have been employed for at least 90% of the normal or statutory number of hours of week for a full, that is a full-time, that is how we define a full-time teacher. We do not include any part-time teacher, no ad hoc visiting faculty are not to be included in that, and based on this we upload. So this is something, this data we will get from HR. HR has all this data. Next, please. 2.3 is to do with the teaching learning process. Okay, this is again a QLM. So this is all talking about the student-centric methods, such as what kind of pedagogies that we adopted, the experiential learning, participative problem-solving methodologies. We have to, so basically to enhance the learning experiences. Now, because of the ongoing pandemic, we moved to an online teaching mode. And so what kind of methodologies, pedagogies we adopted to create interest involvement, this is something we should write. I think this should not be very difficult to write this time, because we did adopt a lot of creative, and we did, I think all of us faculty members will realize that it did take a lot of effort on our part to sustain that interest in the students, especially when we're teaching online and we can see the faces. So this is a QLM again. Next one, please. Another QLM we have is 2.3.2, the ICT enabled tools that the teachers used for effective teaching and learning processes during this year. Now this probably, with this metric, the suggestion points here is the metric should be filled after a combined discussion with IT, library and HR also, because IT has been constantly updating the infrastructure, IT infrastructure, so that will give us an idea as to what kind of new tools and technology.
Sujata,
Yes, ma'am.
because the faculty have used the infrastructure. Okay.
Oh, yes,
because
ma'am.
if every institution will start contacting IT and library or HR.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
so the institution know that what they have done. Okay. And then so the institution don't have to contact the IT or anything. Okay. The library, they know what resources were there and what were used. Because I'm sure that because all email have come from the library, all email have gone from the Dr. Sodhi, and faculty have actually used, isn't it?
Okay, ma'am. So this can come from the faculty. If at all we need to clarify something, yes, we can.
Because centrally we will take you, okay, what were the size and all those things, you know.
ठीक है, ma'am. Done. Done. ठीक है. Thank you, ma'am. This will be done. We'll just change this also. Next one, please, Prem Kanti. Now, this is also a data which was prepared. There's no data which is given by NAC for this. This is the ratio of students. Dr. Alpana will be better able to explain this. The students to mentor for academic and other related issues. We are already doing this, and she's quite conversant, very conversant with this. The number of students and the name of the mentor assigned. So basically, they are looking at how many students are assigned to one mentor. The effectiveness of mentoring. This is what is going to. This is what this seeks to understand. Next one, please. So here we look at, one is the documents which are required is the circular, a copy of the circular pertaining to details of, so at the beginning of each year we kind of send and we assign a mentor, mentees to each faculty mentor. So that is one, and the approved mentor list, and that is announced by university. And of course, in addition, issues raised and resolved in the mentoring system has also to be attached mentoring wise. We have a mentor-mentee meetings regularly every Thursday. Now here the one specific instruction is that of course we don't do it, but this is of course this is there in the SOP, but yes, we never do it. We don't assign our visiting faculty as mentors. It is only our full-time faculty as mentors. And here all the supporting documents happen. So this is the responsibility of Dr. Alpana Kakkar's office, because she handles her office handles mentoring completely. Next one, please. Now here the write-up for the QLM, the write-up on this will be how the mentors have helped the mentees to relieve any type of stress during this pandemic when we were online, not in the absence of any kind of socialization. That is very important this time. How the group mentoring sessions and club activities were conducted, and how they kind of promoted socialization in the absence of actual physical socialization. And how the students felt encouraged with faculty reaching them at this time of pandemic, and how did they kind of were they happy? How did they relieve the stress? And the co-curricular activities that were conducted to make them feel motivated. This is for the QLM. Next one, please. The next key indicator is 2.4, which is about teacher profile and quality. This is about all the teachers, the details of all the teachers, the name of the full-time teacher with the PAN designation, the year of appointment, the nature of appointment, which department, what is the experience. So this is completely about all the details of all the teachers. I think this is the data which we will get from HR. Now here, one is that the one thing is that the HR, we must have a sanction letter which indicates the number of posts sanctioned by the competent authority. For each cadre, we have some sanctioned posts, and the list of full-time teachers appointed along with the departmental affiliation. So, and how many professors, how many associate professors, how many assistant professors we have. And the appointment letters of selected teachers will be sought at the, now here, the one, of course, we will give all the details of our teachers, but during the document validation and verification, there is a possibility that NAC may come back to us and randomly may ask us for some appointment letters of some selected teachers. And as indicated earlier also, I mentioned, it was mentioned in the presentation also, that all full-time teachers should have at least 90% prescribed workload. Only they will be considered as full-time teachers. Mere appointment letters providing regional language will not be considered. This, of course, yes,
Dr. Khandai.
Yes, ma'am.
Also is very important, for example, in this is responsibility OSD HR or director HR.
Okay, ma'am.
That means this has to be given by the HR department centrally.
Okay.
So what the HR department or OSD HR have to take from the institution, because the visiting faculty also are shown, as the faculty, because
yes,
as per the NEC there's something. So that data has to come from the institution, and that, what is exactly the criteria for the visiting faculty, where Alpana Kakkar will also be giving that data, because Alpana has got all that data. Plus, we have to get the data from the institution. But the central agency for this is a director HR to compile.
Okay.
To meet the requirements. So therefore, responsibility, when we look into that, also has to be seen who is the central coordinating body from the various departments, because that's why I said that certain data has to be only at the university level and not from the institution.
Not from
so
the
we have to specify which data we need from HOIs and which data we need from the other department, so that the HOIs are very clear that this is what we are supposed to give to the
yes, ma'am.
University. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Yes, that noted. Next, please. This is 2.4.2, which is talking of, this is a specified data template, is number of full-time teachers with PhD, with DLit, super specialty, DSc during that particular year. So they're talking of advanced degrees in this case. They're trying to basically understand, and what is the year of recognition as a research guide. Okay. Right. So this is data template 2.4.2. Now here the documents which are required. Now here one point to be noticed is that no honorary doctorate degrees are not to be included. And so documents which are required, list of faculty who have PhD and all advanced degrees, including super specialty, along with particulars of which university awarded them the degree, the subject, the year of award. So complete details, and degrees awarded by UGC recognized universities only to be considered. No, those which have not, or there are some universities whose recognition has been cancelled by UGC, they will not be considered, unfortunately. So you may the HEI, we have to mention the name of the full-time teachers. Now this responsibility is of OSD HR and Director HR. Next, please. 2.4.4 is total number of full-time teachers who receive. Now this is awards, recognition, fellowships at state, national, international level. Now this and the next one, please, the 2.4.4 and 2.4.5, there's a lot of duplication always. So all HEI, all the institutions, because this data will come from the institutions, all the institutions are please requested to kindly see what exactly this is. This is a data of teachers who have received awards from state level, national level, and international level, and this is only from which they've received from government or government recognized bodies only, nothing else. So so when the institution is sending the data of the respective faculty, they should very clearly note the 1, 2, 3 for the fifth column, where the name of the award or the fellowship should be from government or government recognized bodies only. Next one, please, so that that will become clearer. Yeah. Okay, this is the SOP, is that e-copies of the award letters, and here as the specific instructions, again, I repeat, is only state, national and international level from government or government recognized bodies only. And the date of award should be within the last 5-year period. So it should be from 2016 to 2015 to 2020. And only one full-time teacher to be counted once during the assessment period, irrespective. So a teacher may have won 3 awards, but according to the SOP, one full-time teacher will be counted only once during the assessment period. Awards that are local in nature will not be considered. From local urban bodies, panchayat, inter-university awards, intra-university awards, we also give, Amity also gives a lot of awards to the faculty. Those are not to be considered. Any kind of participation certificates are not to be considered, or if you have gone as a session chair somewhere, these are not awards, they're not to be considered. This is the responsibility of HOIs. OSD HR will finally compile it, but this is the responsibility of the HOIs, and each institution should take care of this and be very mindful of this particular criteria. Next, please. That we have already discussed. Next one, please. This we already. So 2.4.2, the total number of full-time teachers who received awards, recognition, fellowship, state, national, international level. Now, sorry, it was not 2.4.5, it is 3.4.2 also has similar thing, and there's a lot of duplication between 2.4.4 and 3.4.2. We have to be very mindful about this and providing the data accurately for each of these requirements. 3.4.2 says an institution provides incentives to teachers who receive state, national, and international recognition awards. This is 3.4.2, not 2. So there has to be a difference between the two. So we have to be very mindful of the difference between the two. Ma'am, would you like to say something here?
See, this is very important, because see, we should have all the awards and certificates which faculty have received, and they are very, very clear that which are the national level or the recognized awards or the fellowship at state or national level. Because when we get this faculty's achievement or those, sometimes those are given which have no value. That the Amity Business School has conducted the Renvoy and have given the best paper award. That is not accepted. So therefore, please do not have your internal awards or something. Only should be the reputed outside external rewards and recognition we will be citing here. So do not cite any of your internal conferences or the activities, awards and recognition of the faculty in this matrix.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Next one, please. The 2.5, we are nearing to the close of this. This is talking about evaluation process and
Can I
exam form.
request to conclude, ma'am?
Give me 2 minutes. There are just quickly,
Right,
I'll go
right.
through. Yeah, fine. Thank you so much, Dr. Rai. So this is to do with examination. Quickly, Prem Kanti, so this is the number. The 2.5.1 is talking number of days from the date of last examination till the declaration of results. And so we are all very familiar with this because we have gone through this, and we are racing against time to ensure that we complete the evaluation within time. So this is talking about this pro forma is for that only. When was the last date and the date of declaration of results. This gives us very good marks if we. Then the documents which are reports from the control of examination, the responsibility of the COE and the examination department is where the COE will give the name of the program, date of the examination and date of announcement of results along with the number of days, what is the time period that elapsed between the last day of the examination and the date of declaration of results. And the documentary evidence accordingly which include the academic year planner and we have to take the average number of days if it is a semester system. Next, please. This is a data template which has been again prepared because there's no existing data template as provided by NAC. So this is the name of student, and this is talking about the 2.5.2 is talking about student complaints and grievances. So the name of student who applied for grievance, number of grievances received, how many grievances are addressed, and the average days. So the percentages and the average number of days for the grievance redressal. And here the one point to be noted here, next one please. The point that is to be noted here is one student may make 10 grievances during a year, but he will be considered as one only. So that is something which we need to take into consideration. So one student will be counted only once, irrespective of the number of papers and courses for which he has applied. So he'll be counted at once. And here the documents required are minutes of the grievance cell, list of the number of students who have applied for revaluation, retotaling, and the total certified by the COE during that particular period. This will be the responsibility of the COE. Next, please. Now, this is a QLM, which this is talking about IT integration and reforms in the examination. So how did we go online with examination? What were how did we integrate IT and make it digital, go online? Did we integrate with IT? What are the reforms that we introduced for our internal assessment that was continuous and for the end semester examination, and what kind of improvement did it brought about in the examination management system? This is a QLM again. So next one, please. And the status of automation of examination along with approved examination manual. So here we are talking about 100% automation of entire. So this is all in yes and no if you see. This, of course, the COE will give us the data. So this is yes, no, yes, no. So are we automated or were we not automated? Each of the processes, whether automated or not. Next, please. Now here the documents which are required is the report on the present status of automation, including screenshots, of course, the copies of the purchase order bills, whichever software that we order purchased, what are the copies, and that is basically telling us to what extent did we automate. We are providing proof to what extent did we automate. So we are providing proof to the earlier one. And if the EMS is outsourced, copy of the relevant contract and copies of bills of payments. And this, of course, COE will have all the details for this. Next, please. Then the 2.6 is student performance and learning outcome. This will 2.6.1 is talking about. Next one, please, Prem Kanti. This is a QLM 2.6.1. Here the institution has stated, now we have all learning outcomes. We have stated the generic learning outcomes, program specific, graduate attributes, and how we have integrated the assessment process and what are the outcomes. So this has to be, a maximum of 200 words which need to be written. Now, program outcomes at the institutional and domain level must be uploaded on Amazon, which we have done so, but we must see that each institution should upload at the domain level and the institution level. The program outcomes should have been uploaded by now. Next, please. And the attainment of the program outcomes for every program. So this is the what is the method that we used to measure the attainment of POs, PSOs, COs, and that is not more than all the QLMs to be not more than 200. Very brief and concise. We have to be very, very candid in our approach. And when so the 2.6.3 is talking about the pass percentage, basically. What was the pass percentage? Next, please. And the SOP here is the annual report of CA, what is the pass percentage of students, and a certified report which indicates. So this is the responsibility of COE, and he will do it with the help of Mr. Senthil from AKC Data Systems. Next, please. The last one, student satisfaction survey. 2.7, this is the student satisfaction survey is an overall institutional performance. We do have that student exit survey. This is the responsibility of Dr. Rai. So Dr. Rai, I can see him on screen now. He has become very active suddenly. So yes, this is your responsibility entirely, Dr. Rai. We come back to you always, and you know how many questions we have for you always. So this has, so this is generated from Amazon straight away. Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you,
think
Dr. Khandai and Dr. AQAR for this very elaborate presentation. I request IT team to now give the sharing rights to team of Dr. W. Selvamurthy sir. Now we have criteria 3, which is one of the most important criteria on research. I request Selvamurthy sir for criteria 3.
So friends, each and every one of you, thank you, Dr. Rai. And let me first of all compliment Professor Balvinder Shukla, our Vice Chancellor, for bringing the importance, giving a focus on accreditation and ranking. You know, this is very, very important activity all of us are doing. And so I want again to reinforce, reiterate the importance of ranking and accreditation. Because it fetches all the good students to opt to come to Amity University. So the number of quality students coming will go up. Second thing is, when I have to recruit faculties, they will look at ranking. I'm going to join which, the university, where does it stand? So again, the teachers. Third is collaboration. When I go to the MOUs, when I seek MOUs from government or non-governmental organizations, they will look at ranking. So all these are very, very important. I have just named a few, whether it is industry collaboration, institutional collaboration, and the visibility, and also the image building for Amity comes through this accreditation and ranking. So that is why I wanted once again to thank VC Madam for taking this initiative to bring a focus and also to organize this workshop on AQAR, because this is a very important document which annually we have to load. So I must also thank Dr. Rai as well as Pradeep for having briefed about the earlier experience in the NAC accreditation. Now I will be dealing with criteria 3. I will focus on 4 important aspects. The first is, what are the changes in template? Because you know the system is evolving. NAC accreditation is in the process of evolution. So you might have seen 10 years ago or 5 years ago, when the NAC started, the qualitative, quantitative, all this started. Now, again, refinement, further upgradation, so that there is no duplication of data, duplication of weightage given to the data in various criteria. So they have modified the template. So I will bring in my presentation what are those changes in matrix as well as in the template in criteria 3. That is one. The second is, accordingly, the standard operating procedures have clarified some of the errors which have creeped in the system of loading data. Like she was pointing out some of the criteria like awards and fellowships. It is also there. And then the recognition given from the university is there in the criteria 3. So here there should be no duplication. So such things will come in the standard operating procedure. So I will highlight wherever there are changes in the SOPs, I will highlight. Then the third aspect is, what are the lessons learned? Because when we are handling the system itself, we have learned lessons. You know, which data we got 0, not because we didn't have any information, but we didn't load it properly. We didn't also, the enough data was not given by the faculties and the HOIs. So what are those lessons learned? How do we handle them? So I think these are the 3 major aspects I will bring in my presentation, because each one of you are already handling this AQAR. So it is not to repeat everything meticulously going nitty-gritties for each criteria 3.111. I will mention that, but wherever there is change, I will emphasize on that. Can we have the next slide, Diven? So these are the institutes which the university. So it is relevant not just only science and technology. This criteria 3, even non-science and technology group has to give a focus on research and innovation. I want to again focus, because many of the science and technology institutes are doing well, but management, the humanities, law, education, everywhere we need a research focus. Then only the university as a whole, we get a higher ranking. Otherwise, if you are going to only focus on S&T, then that's already is doing. So I want to bring a new focus again on the humanities and allied areas. So let us bring that focus. Next slide. So this criteria 3 covers to everyone. Now you are already aware, but I wanted to tell in this 250 marks is given to research and innovation criteria 3. But in that 100 marks are given to research publications and awards. So that is why I want to bring out of this 250, 100 comes on the publications and awards. So let us again remember the focus should be on this if you have to increase your ranking and accreditation. Similarly, extension activities, even though we have been getting full marks, but then we need to keep that on, because some of the activity due to COVID-19 has slowed down because we were not able to move. So just only I wanted to bring a focus in this, just to reappraise the 7 criteria, 3-point criteria 3 with 7 sub criteria. Next slide. Now I will deal with what is the responsibility of university headquarters, which includes the VC's office and the registrar and the finance. So there are, as Rai was mentioning, that let us also bring, VC Madam mentioned, that one of the primary responsibility, not that it is the sole responsibility, primary responsibility, but the data may have to come from the HOIs, the deans, and the ASTIF, IDSI. So I will mention here, for example, 3.111. The institution has a well-defined policy for promotion of research, and the same is uploaded on the institutional website. So we have the policy. It is the custodian is the VC's office registrar. So they will be uploading. Supposing a new innovation policy, which is now formulating, is finalized, is uploaded. So immediately that becomes the responsibility of registrar, university headquarters. So we will upload them. So these are the 3.111 is primarily the responsibility of the university headquarters, as well as the registrar who is part of that. And we provide support from ASTIF ADSI. Then 3.1.2, which is everybody knows about this. This is where we have a little problem. The institution provides seed money to its teachers for research. We have been showing earlier, if you have funded your travel, 50% travel to participate in a conference, we showed. But they have made it very clear. I want to make it clear again that first thing is we have a policy. Yes, we have a policy, but the practice of that is much to be desired. So we need to really do something on this, because we cannot be showing now. They have made it very clear in SOP that you cannot show those. You should have seeded when a new faculty comes, or a faculty who has to get some funded projects, you have to give seed money. So proper accounting, proper documentation, proper meetings through which we reviewed that sanction of that need to be there. So this is one area, it's a gray area I wanted to focus. 3.1.3, the number of teachers receiving national, international fellowships, financial support by various agencies. So this is okay. Next slide. Now 3.1.4, number of JRFs, SRFs, postdoctoral fellows, research associate, and other research fellows enrolled in the institution. So here again, I would like you to keep the data, because all HOIs, institution must now create that culture, must create that practice, that suppose a JRF comes for 2 years. So in that 5-year period, 2 years are only he is going to be there. So unless you have proper documentation at the institutional level, it may not be even available with the ASTIF, ADSA, or maybe the HR will have the information. But please keep that, maintain the data. Your data will be much more accurate, because you will know when that individual joined, when that individual left. So I would request all the HOIs to maintain this database, particularly for JRFN projects, and all the research fellows who are employed from the from the government, non-government, industry projects, everywhere where you got this, immediately please put that in your database. That name of research fellow, year of enrollment, duration of the fellowship, you will have that information, type of fellowship and granting agency, and whether it came through the qualifying a national level, the competitive examination, because that gives the quality. Next. Next is 3.1.5, in which this is again centrally it will be available, but then you have to update. Suppose you have created laboratory like give an example, nanomedicine, a new lab has been created, or we have created a new facility in the management system by virtual reality. So immediately that information should come to ASTIF, ADSI, and university headquarters, because you will have that the full detail of that new facility which has been created or upgraded. If a new fax machine has come from a FIST project, immediately you mention these are the facilities which we have created. A moot court, a modified, upgraded moot court has been created by law department. Immediately send that information to all this. First, the Vice Chancellor, Registrar, also the ADSI, as well as the ASTIF, so that we keep that data being updated. So please give this information, make it as a culture that whenever a new addition is made, whether it is in fellows, research fellows, or it is in the form of a facility, please inform. Next, can you just go to the link? And I would now deal with what is the relevant, the SOPs, which is newly added because of the change template. What is that newly added? I will just mention here, the grants for other than research projects are not to be considered, because this is what is the seed money. When I say seed money, you should have given specifically for a research project to seed. The money was seeded to have a startup data collection, preliminary collection, and for research activity, not just only to go for a conference. And so they have clarified in SOP that you should avoid this, avoid the following: grants from other than the project, sponsorship to the conferences should be avoided, seminars, grants received from outside agencies for research are not to be included. So they have clarified in the new SOP, these are the new addition which I want you to pinpoint. Now, if you look at 3.1.3, awards without any financial support should be avoided. Suppose you have got only a certificate, and we should also give, like Best Teacher Award, a certificate of appreciation. Sometimes they just give the appreciation for your participation. That is not an award. So please ensure that the awards means it is a very, very high level of recognition a person receives at national, international level, not the just participation certificate, the appreciation for your active participation. You get, it's not an award. So these are to be avoided when you are looking at uploading the data on that awards and recognition. Similarly, 3.1.4, research fellowship to the teachers, students, research assistants given by the higher education will not be, that institution itself. Suppose we give some fellowships, we give some recognition. So that is not to be counted, which was also mentioned by my previous speaker, so that there is no duplication, because this is only for national and international recognitions and fellowships. We need to project only them. Next one. So when you come to 3.1.5, see, mere claim of the facility without sufficient supporting data is not accepted. Suppose you say, I have put a new fax machine for cellular studies or confocal. You have to geotag that, and that should be available as the evidence. And also details, how many people are using it, students, faculties, research scholars, PhD scholars. So maintain that logbook if you have created that facility. Information, animal health, how many people did animal experiments. So proper documentation at all these facilities, that is also very important. Not just only it has been created, it is being used. That should be demonstrated as well. So please, like moot court, how many times you use, how many students got benefited? Did you have any other competition, moot court competition, people coming from outside? So all this have to be properly documented. So mere claiming the existence of facility is not to get the weightage, but how it is being utilized. Next point, please. 3.6.2. Now, let us go to 3.1.6. Here, it is very important that FIST projects, these are very niche centers of excellence. And like FIST project, very competitive. Similarly, the number of departments and the recognitions by national international agency during that year is important. FIST, if you got 6 years ago, they are not asking in that year, did you get a FIST project sanction? That should come there. Grants for research projects sponsored by government agencies during the year. So this again, you need to give in two categories. That is the government, non-government, because you might have got industry projects, you might have got a CSR project. So all that will come in the non-government agencies. Similarly, the projects funded by government agencies. So that should be very clear. Now they have 3.2.2 is sponsored by government agencies, and the other one is funded by government, non-government agencies, where they have clarified which one is non-government. Next, can you just go to that SOP related to this? This is the new addition in the SOP with regard to this. See, grants given by their own trust. Suppose we would have funded, ASTIF funded a project. That should not be counted as a project. So grants given by our own trust, our sister organizations or institutions are not to be included. Grants in the form of equipment, software, skill development centers will not be considered. So these are things you should keep in mind. So what new addition has come in SOP related to the criteria 3.21 is this. Next one. Now 3.2.2, this is projects by government agencies. Grants in the form of equipment, software, skill development centers will not be considered. So this you should remember. I want to give a focus that you may have all other things, but if you just got in the form of equipment, software, or skill development, you might have got from some agency, government agency. Still, it is not to be counted under the projects. So these are exclusively, they were given as an equipment. But FIST project is a project. You have to do some activity under that. So I wanted to clarify this. Next one. Just raise it. 3.2.3, again, non-government agency does not include own institution, trust, or sister institution. That's the only clarification with regard to the non-government funding. Next. Now we go to the, again, template 3.3.1. See, institution has created an ecosystem for innovation. Yes, this will be given primarily by university headquarters, registrar, and the write-up draft will come from ASTIF ADSI when we submit the 5-year program. The 5-year when we go for accreditation, or after 3 years when we go. So this is that responsibility lies with us. But then the information you will, the HOIs will be giving to these agencies, university headquarters, as well as ASTIF ADSI. Then 3.3.2 is the workshops, seminars, on research methodology, intellectual property rights, entrepreneurship, skill development. They have clearly defined workshops related to these criteria only need to be uploaded. Research methodology, number of things is being organized by AEUP. Similarly, intellectual property, number of workshops we have organized. So they have clearly spelled out these workshops and seminars related to this only need to be uploaded in that. Similarly, 3.3.3, number of awards, recognitions, research innovations, institutions. And this is very clear. Now we'll go to SOP related to that. Just click on that hyperlink. Yes. Now, what is that I want to give a focus is on the 3.3.3, number of awards, recognitions received by for research innovations by the institution. It could be a university recognition itself, best university in the private sector. So if you got an award or education, you are the best. So it can be at institutional level. Institution doesn't mean only your institution at unit level, but institution also covers university as a whole as an institution. Then teachers, research scholars, and students. Here, the clarification, what should be avoided is participation, presentation certificates in workshop conferences are not to be included. So recognition, if you really got an award from a society which organized, and it's an award, not the participation certificates or a memento which they gave it for your participation, but it should be an award. So that is why that clarification has been given in the SOP for 3.3.3. Next one. Now let us move to 3.4.11. Institution ensures implementation of its state of code of ethics. So what are the policies for plagiarism, research advisory committee, how do they function, and also the institutional ethics committee, both for human and animal studies. So we need to maintain proper agenda, minutes, and the call for the meetings. So everything need to be uploaded. So it should not be, we should not be running around in the last part of the year and then asking for extension, running after. As soon as you hold the meeting, please upload the data on the Amazon, so that you don't have to look for why I did a meeting sometime, I'm not getting the document. Let us make it as a habit. Let us make it as a practice. Let it become in the culture of each institution, so that minutes of the meeting, agenda, everything is properly recorded. So this has to come to university headquarters as well as to ASTIF ADSI, so that we have, when the documents are asked by the VC's office, we will be able to provide. So maintain this at the institutional level and keep immediately uploading it to these agencies. Now 3.4.2, institution provides incentive to teachers who receive state. This is what was clarified. 2.4, which my previous speaker was mentioning, that is the award. But here, did that individual, that faculty who received the award, how they were recognized by the host institution, which is Amit University, Uttar Pradesh. So we should now look at when they get suppose we say that we gave an increment to them, or in the increment this was considered, but you need to mention them by a mail that your recognition was also considered for giving this increment. That should be a documentation. We cannot just claim that she got an increment, everybody got an increment. So we should specifically mention our HR division. We should mention that suppose somebody got an ICM or national award, immediately you say when you give the next increment, or even if you give some recognition, incentives in the form of money, or even a certificate of appreciation, please document it properly, so that it should be documented, because documentary evidence, you cannot say increment or promotion we gave after 3 years, we considered that also. This will not work now. So I'll show it in the SOP. So please ensure this documentation also. They have asked even your PAN card number. So they may even check, we gave 10,000 as the check, by this check or money. So is it credited in the account? They have asked for even PAN, because the investigate and the faculty would have reflected on their income tax return. So they have asked even for those linked to the document should be given. Next. So that is why, documentation is very important. So please ensure this, because many times we may do that. If you don't have proper documentation evidence, then you will not get the weightage for that. The 3.4.3 patents, they are comfortable with this title of the patent. But here I wanted to mention patents which are only published or awarded is considered. So that way we are comfortable. Now it's more than 110 patents granted. AUP occupies the largest number. And so 1,500 and almost 50 patents have been filed, more than 50, 1550. So now we are comfortable in this particular data. But I wanted to bring only the published and granted will be counted. Then the 4.5, number of research papers per teacher in the journals notified. Here, this is a very important point, because you get 100 marks for quality publication. So all that template which you know how to document it. Next one, please. Now, in this, the total number of books, there should be no duplication. Sometimes the proceedings, like for example, IEEE recognized conferences is also published as a proceeding. So there you should keep it in a separate category. Here they have already said total number of books, chapters in edited volumes, books and papers in national and international conference proceedings. So they have separated in Scopus or UGC CARE the list of journals. They have kept it separately, and they have kept all the even proceedings papers, even a full-length paper published as proceedings should be in this particular 3.4.6. So it has been made very clear. So we should not show in the regular publication in a journal the conference proceedings. If it is published only as a proceedings, which is indexed in Scopus and other indexing agencies. Then 3.4.7, this is a new addition. This is what Vice Chancellor was also mentioning, that she is calling for a meeting to appraise that it's a new addition. E-content is developed by teachers, which need to be uploaded in Swayam, MOOC, as a MOOC, and also in Pathshala, and also in the NPTEL and others. So LMS. So this is very important. That is why a new focus is going to be given, because it's a new parameter which has been added, because they want you people to be creative in bringing new methodology of teaching, new methodology of learning. So all this has to be creative. You who is part of the system should not only use what is available, but we have to add some new novel innovative content to these. We should add value to that, the existing one. This is what is important for 3.4.7. So we have to develop our own very innovative content for the e-content for these platforms, which is being available so that others get benefited as well, besides our own university. So this is what they are looking from this criteria 3.4.7. So please take very seriously the workshop which is being planned. Next. Now I will give the SOP related to this 3.4 SOPs. What are the changes or what are the new additions which they have brought? 3.4.1 is avoid if the link leads only to the home page, the claim will not be considered. See, sometimes you see, look at the link to the home page of the Amity, AEUP. But then they would like to have that content here, and you may, if the volume is huge, as was told, some of the documentary evidences can be there in that link. But if you only say, no, please see that link alone, but you have to upload it in your AQAR in the NAC portal itself. So that is what is given clarification, because sometimes it doesn't open there. When they try to open and going to the link of that, they find it difficult. So they say, they have very clear, categorically mentioned that you must put that only in your portal for the NAC, and maybe some of the data, the supporting evidence can be in the home link. Next. Now 3.4.2, there is no other specific the SOP issue. Next. Now we move on to 3.4.3. Here it is important. See, the number of patents published, mere submission of application for patent is not counted. I just wanted, they have clarified this in the SOP that only published and granted will be counted. Next. Next one. 3.4.5, number of research papers per teacher in the journals notified on UGC website during the last 5 years, because it keeps on changing. If you see the UGC CARE list, Scopus is there, Web of Science is there, most of them already are there in the UGC CARE as well. And it keep on updating, changing. Sometimes it is removed from the UGC CARE list. So one should be careful looking at this when you are writing your papers. So avoid the following. Incomplete entries will not be considered. But that means you should clearly give authors, the journal name, and the volume, number, pages, year. So all document which is required, the particulars, incomplete information in any one will not, that paper may not be counted. So please ensure when we are documenting this, this is also true for every department institution. And also we will ensure from our publications, Sneha, Devender, they will look at this also. And Roy keeps on checking. We also get it checked by the JS Sodhi. But one request I have is many times when we get the monthly report from institution, we are not getting adequate information. Now we search, we go to various portals, we go to LCVR, we go to Web of Science, we go to the Scopus and mine out the papers which I have not received from HOIs. I have not received from institution. This is not good. So our data, because we submit monthly report to founder, president, vice chancellor, vice chancellor. So this data should be available. I would like this practice to happen in institution, because many times what we mine out is much more than what is received from the institutions. That means faculties are not giving the right information to the HOIs. So please ensure this lacuna which is there on the data acquisition, we are finding it difficult. So we spend a lot of time. In spite of that, we may be missing some articles. So that is why I don't want to miss even one article which is published with Amity affiliation, not included in the list. Next. 3.4.6, again, I have already mentioned, publication claimed under 3.4, not to be included. Sometimes we claim in 4.5 also, 4.6 also. Because the conference proceeding, you show it in both the places publication. So even if it is published as a supplement, then if it carries a volume and different issue, different pages, then it is all right. But if it is only published as a proceedings, the exclusive proceedings, then it cannot be included in the journals. And e-content, next one, 3.4.7. So here I would like to inform you, this is you are going to discuss, so I don't want to elaborate more. And informal e-content will not be accepted. That means you might have just shown it informally, but it should be properly through the official route. It is uploaded. You develop the content here in our Amity and then uploaded it in Swayam. Then there should be a proper documentation, proper route followed. So informal e-content will not be accepted. Open source e-content should not be included. Suppose you would have just put it in open source, but it should be loaded in those platforms, in those portals. So that only will be counted under this 3.4.7, which you are going to discuss it at great length. Next one, 3.4.8. There is no change in this, so I will not go into this. Next one. Now we go to the 5.1. Institution has a policy on consultancy. Yes, we do have a policy. But I find many consultancies are not being reported. So I would request HOIs to ensure from their faculties and from their own records. If you do a consultancy, you get 80%. So, but then it is properly accounted for so that we can show as a revenue generated through consultancy. So please ensure this practice. Giving 20% to your institution is not going to really, 100 rupees, you just give 20 rupees to Amity, it's giving you, it's allowing you to go and do the consultancy. So please, this I find that we can still increase if everyone reports genuinely at what they got for the consultancy in real consultancy, because consultancy project is not considered as a consultancy. Here, suppose industry has given you a project of 3 lakhs, 5 lakhs, but that is not that's an industry project. But here consultancy means you gave your intellectual input in solving a problem of that corporate or an industry or any other agency. So please, they wanted to make it clear. I'll show it in the SOP also. So provide the URL of the consultancy policy document. Now, when you come to this clarification, the revenue generated from consultancy, from corporate training and this. So now they have separated it out. See, early and created a common one, because earlier it used to be 3 different points. Now what they have done, so you used to show something in training also in consultancy in training. So this they have avoided duplication. Now they said it will be resource generated both together. That is training as well as the consultancy. So here you cannot just duplicate that amount, but still you have to segregate which came from training activity, which came from consultancy activity. So avoid the following on the last column. Please see the last column. Grants received for research projects are not included. So if it is just they, like today we are getting a sanction from Luxor to evaluate their few projects, 5 lakhs is coming. So it's an industry project. So it should not be shown as consultancy for Luxor. So grants received, so this is very clear. Consultancy fee from any sister institution. Suppose Amity University Haryana gives so one packet to the other, you should not be counting this from your own sister organization or institution. Same trust will not be considered. The money should be coming from outside Amity group. So this is they make it very clear, because sometimes this duplication has occurred, may not be in our institution, outside. The revenue generated by sharing physical resources, by testing, will not be considered as a consultancy. Resource generation there, suppose you have outsourced an equipment, confocal microscope, you generated 10 lakhs. So that is not consultancy. So they made it clear what should not be considered under the consultancy and training is very clear. Revenue generated by training the students should not be included. That is our mandate. So sometimes you should not show that as a training activity, even though you might have charged 100 rupees for the tea and all that, it should not be counted. So this is, they made it very clear. Next. Now we will go to the 3.6.1. Extension activities, 40 marks for this. Extension activities in the neighborhood community. So this is outreach, not just only webinars where I also invited some people to join, some students from outside. That is not to be counted. I'll show it in the SOP. Extension activities in the neighborhood community in terms of impact and sensitizing students to social issues and holistic development. So this is, they have made it very clear what should be that counted as the extension, and extension is very important. Please, each institution, the HOIs, ensure that every faculty that you do plan, organize for 2021. What are the extension activities you are going to do? Now it is opening up. So please make some strategies to increase this, because you get 40 marks for this. Then number of awards received by institution, its teachers, students from government, non-government organization. This I have already dealt. I don't want to do it again. And the total number of students participating in extension activities. Here, this awards is for recognizing your extension activity. This is not the award for any other activity. This, if you get an award, certificate, recognition from a government, state government, or from the district magistrate, so it should be recognized government body or recognized government recognized bodies or government itself. Next one. Let's go to the extension activities SOP. I have one more criteria. I'll finish it in maybe 5 minutes. So 3.6.2, here what should be avoided is made it very clear. Awards claimed in 2.4.4. This was mentioned by the previous speaker also, that you should not show it there also, here also. Here, if you have shown it here for extension recognition award here, don't show it there. That is for other recognitions, awards will come there. So avoid duplication. Awards that are local in nature will not be considered. Local means we give award, which was also mentioned by her. Then avoid awards from urban local bodies, panchayats. You will just get from panchayats some certificates, awards is not to be counted. Awards from own trust is also our sister institution. AUH is giving an award, then that also may not be considered. Next. Now the SOP related to that, events conducted for the benefit of our own students, not to be included under outreach program. Even though, we might have organized webinars, invited our people. And so when you do these extension activities, geotagging, photographs, certificates, recognition, please ensure to get this, because this is important. See, you might have done in a village near our Gunat Bharat, you might have organized some activities, but it should be geotagged, and photographs, videos, please ensure this documentation available, because you need to upload that. It's just not telling I have so many numbers, so many people attended and give the names, but then you need to have proper record, the attendance and so on. So please ensure documentation. Next, last point. Devendra? Next, go to the next one. 3.7. Yeah, last point. See, number of collaborative activities. Yeah, collaboration is very important. See, the functional MOUs. You may have 200 MOUs, but which are the ones which are active in that year? In that year, what you have done, what are the activities? This has to be properly documented. You might have done some activity under this MOU just 5 years ago, but that's also under this MOU, which is being renewed now. But then you need to, this year, what all activities we did. Next year, when you do some activity, next year, what you have done. So this date documentation, 5 students went to University of Carnegie Mellon. So immediately you mentioned that in this year, mention it, keep the database, who all went, and if there are some documentary evidence of their going there for 2 months, this is the activity they did, if some documentary evidence, keep it. So these are all very, very important. Then 7.2, functional MOUs. This is very important. Now I'll show you the SOP related to the last point. Next. So this is what is important. Activities mentioned under 3.6.3, 3.7 not to be included here. Number of collaborative activities. But if you have reflected them in consultancy and industry projects, don't bring them duplicate here. Collaboration with sister institutions under the same trust are not to be included. So this is again clarification in SOP. Then 3.7.2, MOUs with sister institutions under the same trust are not to be included. We are not including this at all. Certificates issued by external agencies to students, faculty, research, faculty exchange, student exchange. So this, if you have done under the MOU, then you can show that activity, but not under the other MOUs which they have mentioned. Next. I think this is the last one. Now let us go to the last slide. Lessons learned. See, when we have operated criterion 3, what are the lessons we have learned during this past 5 years of experience with NAC? See, one thing I find, our documentation is still to be improved. I can tell you whether it's with finance or with us in ASTRIF or with institution, that documentation is also much to be desired. Make sure all information is recorded. You record, make it as a habit and culture, and emphasize a proper record and documentation, evidence, right? No, don't wait for the last year when the AQAR data is asked. Emphasize supporting documents for all activities, attendance, report, minutes of the meeting, agenda of the meeting, all this properly document. Let us create that culture. Research projects and publications in non-SNT domains, we need to give a new impetus, new paradigm. We want all the HOIs in non-SNT, please gear up. Motivate your faculty, students, PhD scholars to come out with good publication. This is one which we have learned. Because this is productivity per faculty. So you should not be pulling down, you should be pulling up. So this is one message. The other message is UGC care. This very important you see, because that is going to be counted. UGC care, Scopus, Web of Science. So when you are publishing a paper, please ensure this. Because for ranking, accreditation, they play a very important role. Predatory journals and fake impact factors. You know, sometimes when you put, if they find out, then they will negate everything what you have, good things you have done. So please avoid predatory publications in predatory journals, fake impact factor. They may say 8 impact, 5 impact factor. It may be only 0.5. So this will jeopardize the interest of the university. So please avoid mentioning publications in these. Extension, village adoption, awareness programs, health and hygiene, social. These are the focus. NCC, NSS, Swachh Bharat, national such initiatives of the outreach program. Focus on that as extension, not just organizing a webinar. That's all right for today's event. The COVID situation. But now it is time for us to gear up again to outreach, take the students for outreach program. Collaboration. Again, you have a lot of scope: dissertation, on-job training, internship, resource sharing, project, publications, guest lectures. There is a numerous possibility. We have signed so many MOUs. Please look at those MOUs. There is tremendous scope for utilizing, which is not being done. So please, there's a gold mine. Please use this, because with ICMR, ICAR, CSIR, who will get this kind of MOUs? Please make use of it. So this is the final lesson, so that our accreditation quality, total quality, will be at a very high level of play. Thank you so much. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Sulamurthy, it has been a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
And you have very rightly pointed out that we are still poor in documentation. And we do so much, but we do not record as minutes of the meeting. We do not compile the evidences of all our achievements, what all we do. And I think that's a little focus. So I'm sure that today's session by all of us, and I think all our colleagues at the institution and domain level and faculty members will be focusing on the documentation and evidences right from the day one, rather than waiting for the email coming from Dr. Ramurthy or from Dr. Rai or from me or from Pochaji or anybody.
Right. And also, I would like to thank all the faculties who are giving support whenever we ask for information, prompt records, and responses coming. Thank you so much to all HOIs and members of this and faculties. Yes. And also my own colleagues, Mr. S.N. Singh, Ms. Neha, and also Mr. Devendra Kumar, who helped me in this particular endeavor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for throwing light on one of the most important parameters, research and innovation and extension. Now I request Rear Admiral Ravichand Kochar sir for his presentation on infrastructure and resources, criteria 4.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rai. Good afternoon to everyone. We'll just start. I think everything has been stated about the changes, what have been brought about in the format of the AQAR. And with me, I have in the group Mr. Garg, Sodhi, Jatwani, Tanu Arora, Kalpana Sharma, then JP Singh, Dr. Deepak Sharma, Mr. Chaya Chaudia, and Smita Singh. Next, please. Now, this is the structure which has already been explained. We have metric of extended profile 3 numbers, quantitative 9, and qualitative 6. Next, please. As extended profile is concerned, this is total number of classrooms and seminar halls, year and numbers we have to give. Then the total number of computers for the academic purpose, as well as total expenditure, excluding salary during the year, that's 2021. Next. Coming to quantitative metric, now this 4.1.4 and 4.4.1, they have been merged together. And in this, we have to give the details of the budget allocated for infrastructure augmentation and what was the expenditure, and also total expenditure excluding salary and total expenditure on academic maintenance of academic facilities. That's excluding the salary for already HR resources. Expenditure on maintenance of physical facilities. Basically, these two, infrastructure augmentation and the physical facilities and academic support facilities, they are to be given the budget as well as the expenditure. Next, please. And coming to the documentation required as well as specific instructions and not to be included. These are all given here. We have to avoid recurring expenditure on lab, maintenance of infrastructure, and acquisition of books and journals under this. That's something which we have to avoid. And we have to be very particular on this aspect. Mere statement of 5-year data without audited statement will not be considered. So these are the things we have to avoid, but otherwise instructions to higher educational institutions have been given, and we have to focus only on the maintenance of physical and academic support facilities. Next, please. Then coming to the e-library resources and library, 4.2.2 and 4.2.3, these have been merged, and we have to give these details, basically books, journals, e-journals, e-books, Shod Sindhu, Shod Ganga, and databases. All these have to be given. And finally, we have to give how much kind of money we have spent on all these things. Next, please. In this, primarily to avoid soft copy of the printed ebooks can be accepted as ebooks. These are not to be included. And all these evidences have to be given about the what expenses we have incurred on the library. Next, please. The number of users of library. Now, this is very important. Uses of library by teachers and students, which director library has to upload. And this is the data which is required. Upload last page of a session register details, per day login online users, number of users using library through ESS, number of physical users accessing library, file description. All these have to be uploaded on this quantitative metric. Next, please. The SOP for this, there is nothing which really not to be included, but during the validation and verification process, the library logbook entries and data online access will be checked at random. Next, please. Number of classrooms and seminar halls with ICT enabled facilities such as LCD, smart board, Wi-Fi, LAN, etc. Now, these all they've said each and every classroom has to be geotagged. Now, this is something which we must start doing immediately and get for, we have over close to 700 classrooms put together at Noida, Lucknow, and Greater Noida. These link of the geotags is also to be recorded here in the last column. Next, please. The student computer. Now, go to the previous one. Number of classrooms. No, this is next one. Yeah, lab. Not to be included. Labs and workshops with ICT facility are not to be considered. This is purely for the classrooms and seminar halls. Next, please. The student computer ratio during the year. This is the data we have to give as well the number of students compared to the number of computers we have for academic purposes. Next one. The computers for office and faculty use will not be considered. So this is something we have to, primarily all the computer labs what we have got or any other computer which is used for students, that needs to be included. And of course, the supporting documents for the purchase of these computers are also to be recorded. Next. This is the bandwidth of internet connection in the institution. This is straight away, of course, we'll get it from IT. Next one. Now, in this, once again, snapshot of speed test for Wi-Fi internet facilities will not be considered. Broadband connection will not be considered. These are purely lease line and bills for 1 month, 1 quarter needs to be uploaded on the data. Next one. Institution has the following facilities of e-content. Now, this has been merged with 3.4.7, and this will be covered in the point 3.4.7, which has already been covered. Next. This is once again the same thing. Now, coming to the qualitative metrics. This is where all what we have so far given to be now put it into writing of about 200 words each with respect to upload relevant supporting documents, that is LCD projector, ICT facilities, syndicate rooms, etc., etc. Next. 4.1.2, the institution has adequate facilities for cultural activities, yoga, games, sports, all this. And once again, in 200 words, we'll have to upload this information. Next. Availability of general campus facilities and overall ambience. Once again, in 200 words, we will. Next one. Library is automated using an integrated library management system and has digitization facility. We already have that, and we will cover this in about 200 words relevant to the library. Next, please. Institution has an IT policy, makes appropriate budgetary provisions, and updates its IT facilities, including Wi-Fi facilities. Once again, we will put this up in about 200 words at the relevant time. Next. There are established systems and procedures for maintaining and utilizing physical, academic, and support facilities, laboratory, library, sports complex, computers, and classroom, etc. We have a well-defined maintenance policy for all these, and this will also be included in about 200 words. Next, please. All the metrics of criteria 4 are to be filled centrally. No data is required to be filled at the institution level, so that we will take care of all the data at the central level. Next. Thank you. Dr. Rai.
Thank you very much, Kocha sir, for your presentation. Now we have presentation for criteria 5. IT team, I request you to please provide the sharing rights to me. So I'm going to share the criteria 5, which is part B, part A is extended profile. Criteria 5 is for support and progression. So this is the team of the criteria 5 and the metric wise responsibility. 5.1.1 is scholarship, which is with DSW and registrar. 5.1.2 is career counseling, which is with all HOIs, AICE, ATPC, CRC, and all the placement cells. 5.1.3 is capacity development schemes. So it is as per the agencies which are defined in the scheme. 5.1.4 is grievance redressal, which is with Dean, SS, and AA. 5.2.1 is competitive exams, which is with academic departments, QAE, director, deputy director, academic relations, alumni relations, HOI, and AICE. And then similarly, placement and higher education. Then we have 5.3.1, which is awards and medals 1 in sports and culture. What awards Selvamurthy sir has cited for research, they are applicable in criteria 3, and here we have awards for sports and culture, which is with Dean Faculty of Education, Dean SS and AA and HOIs through Amazon, because we have to give data on Amazon for this. 5.3.2 is presence of student council, which is with Director RP and SS. 5.3.3 is sports and cultural events organized, which is with Dean Faculty of Education and Dean SS and AA. Then alumni related, 2 things, alumni associations and chapters, and alumni contribution is with Deputy Director Alumni Relations. So we have 4 major parts of criteria 5. 5.1 is student support. 5.2 is student progression. 5.3 is student participation and activities. 5.4 is alumni engagement. 5.1.1 is total students benefited by scholarships and free ships provided by the institution, government and non-government agencies and NGOs during the year. This is other than the students receiving scholarship under government schemes for reserved categories. So this is not for that. So we have to provide the policy documents for scholarships and free ships that we have at our university, and list of students as per the data template provided by NAC. The responsibility is with DSW. Here, DSW would seek support from the HOIs to provide the data of the students who are seeking scholarship from some external body, maybe NGO or such trust, etc. Our scholarship data would be centrally collected and provided. 5.1.2 is the total number of students benefited by career counseling and guidance for competitive examinations offered by institution during the year. So we will be very careful about giving this, because we need to have copy of circulars, brochures of such programs where we are helping the students with career counseling. And we have to give list of students also who have attended those career counseling programs. And NAC can seek the documents related to attendance and certificates of those career counseling programs. So we have to name the activity. We have to give the list of students who participated and detailed. And then how many students have got placed because of our career counseling. So we have to have all documents wherever, say, you have made effort to give the students training on GD and how to face interviews, etc. So make sure you have the notice with you in record. If you have presented a brochure, name of speakers, etc., all of them, and then list of the students who all have joined. Points to be kept in mind while submitting this data is a list of students who participated in the counseling and guidance session for higher education and competitive examination to be submitted along with numbers. Number of students who participated in campus and off-campus interview is also to be given. Number of students who appeared for competitive examinations to be given along with the roll number of appearing exam. So this is very important. We have to keep the record, and here our mentor-mentee scheme comes very important, because the mentor have the contact with the students. So if any student who has gone out of the portals of Ambit University and has given competitive examination, and if we want to present that, we need to have their enrollment numbers and all details. And the pass certificate of competitive examinations cleared is to provide it. Otherwise, NAC will not consider this. So therefore, it becomes very important, because a student clearing competitive examination would no longer be our student. He would be a student of some other organization, or he would be joining some other organization. So we have to take their pass certificates from them. Then only NAC is going to provide marks for this. 5.1.3 is following capacity development and skills enhancement initiatives, which are taken by institutions. So for soft skills, for languages and communication skills, for life skills like yoga, physical fitness, health and hygiene. And this is added this year, awareness of trends in technology. It seems due to pandemic, they may have added it. So we have to, if we are claiming any marks in this, we have to give web links to particular schemes, copy of circulars, brochures, report of the event, photographs with date and caption, list of programs that we conducted and number of students that we have enrolled. And DVV can seek the documents regarding attendance and certificates. So it's very important, whatever events we are doing, we have to have pre-event documents where we have publicized the document through brochures, circulars, etc. Where we have published those events, web link, etc. And during the event, how we've taken attendance, and post-event, the certificate and a report of the event. All of them is important. So this is the data template. Next is institution adopts the following for redressal of student grievance, including sexual harassment and ragging cases. So it is very important. We already have a good mechanism on our Amazon related to grievance redressal. So all institutions and domains are requested to keep an eye on their grievance redressal portal and to redress the grievance timely. Because we have to give them a record how many grievances we had and how many we have solved. And right now in 2021, we have to take out of these 5 options, all 4 above, any 3 of the above, etc. Next is the students qualifying in state, national, international level examinations during the year. NAT, SLAT, GATE, GMAT, CAT, GRE, TOEFL, some civil services examination, state government examinations. So NAT wants a list of the students year-wise under each head, qualifying certificates of the students taking the examination year-wise, exam conducted for recruitment to jobs, state, central government other than exam specified in the metric will not be considered, right? So it should be the specified exam that is being given here. So responsibility is with AICE, HOIs, and Deputy Director Alumni Relations. This is the data template. Please keep in mind roll number of students and their pass certificate is needed because they are going to check through their roll number whether those students have actually appeared in those examinations and actually have cleared or not. 522 is total number of placements of outgoing students during the year. So in this, they need list of students placed along with placement details, name of company, compensation, year-wise. And they want placement through HEI placement drive and through pool campus interviews, recruitment drives at other colleges, right? So whichever way the placement has happened, we need to have full data of that. Responsibility primary is with HOIs to put all data on Amazon, and you are already doing that year on year. But please do remember to give correct information, like appointments or offer letters are to be uploaded. Contact details of employers is also to be provided. And list of students who appeared for interviews in each organization is to be provided. So not just the number of students who are placed. Say you called a company A and 50 students have appeared for interview and 5 got selected. So we need to give them list of those 50 and 5 also. Please, we are reiterating, and every year it happens to us. List of shortlisted student will not be considered. WhatsApp message of company saying the following are selected will not be considered. And salary certificate will not be considered. They need appointment and offer letter to be uploaded. Anything beyond that, etc., will not be considered. We've seen during last year also in audits and audit done by the academic department and QAE that against many students, the VDS was uploaded. That will not be considered. Number of recently graduated students who have progressed to higher education in the previous graduating batch during the year. So we have to upload supporting data for students who have joined for higher education in prescribed format for the latest graduating batch. So we need proof like admission letters to the students or copy of their identity card, etc. Otherwise, they will By just providing the list, they will not consider it. So it is on the same portal of the Amazon where we are updating placements. We have to update the higher education also. Please do remember VDS forms should not be uploaded. VDS form is our internal mechanism. NAC has nothing to do with that. The number of awards, medal won by students for outstanding performance in sports, cultural activities, at inter-university, state, national, international events. And if there is a team event, the award will be counted as one. So NAC requires e-copies of award letters and certificates. And if any of our students participated in RD parade by NCC, etc., it will be considered. Only inter-university, state, national, international achievements will be considered. Then 5.3.1 is, we've done this. 5.3.2 is presence of student council and its activity for institutional development and student welfare. So this is qualitative and there is no mention in SOP. Also, we are going to write it centrally. 533 is number of sports and cultural events, competitions organized by the institution during the year. Very important, as in the other events we've discussed, pre-event, circular, brochures, etc. And then during the event, how we have conducted the event, web link, all those things. And post-event certificates that we have to provide it, photographs of the event, report of the event. And please do remember, photographs are to be geotagged. So non-geotagged photographs, they are going to reject. So please do remember, every event that we organize, we should have photographs, proof, and photographs to be geotagged then and there. Then alumni association chaptered, registered, and functional, and contribution significantly to the development of institution through financial and other support services. So our institutions are already conducting the alumni meets, and we have to give the write-up. Alumni contribution during the year in INR rupees, in lakhs. So we have to give alumni contribution, which needs to be duly certified by our finance officer or chartered accountant. This would be done centrally. So institution don't have to bother about this. This is our presentation for criteria 5. We'll be answering any question that you have put in the chat box. One very important thing is during the past, what we have experienced is the data related to placements, higher education, entrepreneurship, etc. We need to be very, very careful to collect them. Geotagging of photographs and taking pre-event records, during the event records, and post-event records are very important. Thank you very much. Now I request Dr. B.L. Arya sir for presentation of his criteria 6.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you very much. Before I come to my criteria, I want to share with my HOIs and all senior colleagues here. On 5.2.1, myself and RPSS, we are doing a reverse engineering and collecting whosoever is selected for verification, that data we are keeping, and we definitely submit to our concerned HOI for further processing at year end. Recently, 7 judicial officers have been selected in UP High Court. So this is for information. My team is Professor Shukla, Vice Chancellor, myself, Ragini Singh ji, Commander P.L. Marshal, Gopal Garg, Dr. R.S. Rao, Ron Kanti, and Sagina Hoga. Next. This is the criteria, and this is the marks already defined. 6-1, 10 marks. 6-2, strategy development and deployment, 10 marks. Faculty empowerment strategy, 30 marks. 6.4, financial management and resource mobilization, 20 marks. And 6.5, internal quality assurance, AQAR, 30 marks. And following data to be provided by the institution. That data matrix numbers are 6.32, 6.33, 6.34, 6.42, 6.3, and 6.52. We are having 5 indicators. One is institutional vision and leadership. 6.2, strategy development and deployment. 6.3, faculty empowerment strategies. 6.4, financial management and resource mobilization. 6.5, internal quality assurance system. Next, please. Key indicator 6.1, institutional vision and leadership. Effective leadership by setting values and participative decision-making process. Achieve the vision, mission, and goals of the university. Building the organizational culture. The formal and informal arrangement in the institution. Coordinate the academic and administrative planning. Implementation of academic and administrative planning reflects the university efforts in achieving its vision. Metric 6.1.1, the institution has to clear stated vision mission which are reflected in its academic and administrative governance, and the requirement of metric is A. Leadership provides clear vision and mission to the institution. The function of the institution and its academic and administrative units are governed by the principles of participation and transparency. Formulation of development objectives, directives, and guidelines with specific plans for implementation by aligning academic and administrative aspects improve overall quality of institutional provision. University already has clearly stated vision and mission. Institution needs to align their academic and administrative governance with it. The effective leadership 6.1.2 is reflected in various institutional practices such as decentralization and participative management. A. Decentralization in the process by which the activities of an organization, particularly those regarding planning and decision making, are distributed or delegated away from a central authority, location, or group. Participative management refers to an open form management where employees are actively involved in the institution's decision-making process. The suggestion points are to be taken into consideration. Institution leadership should identify their decentralization and participative management practices at their own level. Key indicator 6.2, strategic development and deployment. The leadership provides clear vision and mission to the university. The function of university and its academic and administrative units are governed by the principles of participation and transparency. Formulation of development of objectives, directives, and guidelines with specific plans for implementation by aligning the academic and administrative aspects. Improve the overall quality of university provision. Metric 6.1, the institutional strategy plan is effectively deployed. A specific action orientation, medium or long-term plan for making progress towards set of institutional goals. The institution should align their strategic plan as per University Broad-Based Goals BBG 2017-22. So the yearly plans are already there when we are submitting for this particular year 2021. Then matrix 6.2.2, the functions of institutional bodies is effective and efficient as visible from policy, administrative setup, appointment and service rules, procedure, etc. Policies, service rules should be available with the institution linked to organization of university database. Suggestion points to be taken is to consider updated organogram should be maintained by every institution. So please take care of this. Then institution implements e-governance in its areas of operation. 6.2.31, e-governance is implemented covering following areas of operation: administration, finance and accounts, student admission and support, and examination. 6.2.3, institution implements e-governance in the areas of operation. Then 6.2.31, e-governance is implemented in covering following areas of operation. These are the areas: e-governance, year of implementation, number of vendors. These are the details to be written here in our report. We will do it. Documentation required for verification. Institutional expenditure statement of the budget for the budget, heads of government e-governance implementation, ERP document, screenshot of user interface of each module reflecting the name of HEI, annual e-governance reports approved by Governing Council, Board of Management, Syndicate, policy documents on e-governance. Specific instructions are bills for expenditure on implementation of e-governance in the areas of operation. Not to be included, considered documents evidence as per manual 2020-21, uploaded relevant supporting documents as per SOP. So we'll do it. Responsibility: OSD HR QA, CFO, Finance Officer, Director Admission, and Professor Dr. Sanjeev Bansal for examination and CE. Key indicator 6.3, faculty empowerment strategies. The process of planning human resource, including recruitment, performance appraisal, planning professional development programs by seeking appropriate feedback, analysis of response, and ensure that they form the basis for planning. Efforts are made to upgrade the professional competence of the staff. There are mechanisms evolved for regular performance appraisal of faculty and staff. Describe quality enhancement initiative in the academic and administrative domains successfully implemented during the year within a maximum of 200 words each. So we will do it, sir. Total number of teachers provided with financial support, attended conferences, workshops towards membership of fee of professional bodies during the year, as narrated by Subramurthy sir. We will be taking care of this. And data requirement are name of the teacher, name of conference workshop attended for which financial support provided, name of professional body for which membership fee is provided. We will keep the records, the supporting documents, and we will prepare the report accordingly. 6.3.2, average percentage of teachers provided with the financial support to attend conferences, workshops, and towards membership fee of professional body during the year. That report we will prepare with the support of finance and HR. 6.3.2, documents required for verification, policy document providing financial support of teachers, e-copies of letter indicating financial assistance to teachers, and list of teachers receiving financial support year-wise under each head. Audited statement account highlighting financial support teachers to attend conference workshop towards membership fee for professional body. As per specific instruction for HOIs, if the data is large, document related to specific feature will be served during the DBB clarification. Receipt of institution in favor of feature with amount given should be considered, not to be included or considered without proof of payment of financial support for faculty development. Mere name list of the faculty will not be considered. Mere cash voucher for payment will not be considered. So documents, the evidence as per manual 2020-21, upload relevant supporting document as per SOPs will take care of this. Last time also we updated our systems so that we will have in our mind. So we will accordingly upload those things and with the documentation. Number of professional development administrative training program organized by the institution for teaching and non-teaching staff during the year. This data is with us. We will accordingly submit this data as required. Then metric 3.3.3 average number of professional development administrative training program organized by institution for teaching non-teaching staff during the year. So as per this format, we will compile the data and accordingly it will be ready in time. Then 3.3.3 document required for verification, the list of development administrative training programs organized by the institution.
ये सुनाई नहीं दे रहा क्या बोल रहे हैं?
So we are already compiling these data is with us. We'll compile and submit accordingly, sir. Total number of teachers underwent online face-to-face faculty development program during the year. Professional development program, orientation, induction program, refresher courses, short-term courses. So this data accordingly will be collected, compiled, and put up in this format as required, right? Refresher course faculty orientation program as per UGC AICTE stipulated period. This stipulated period has been already been discussed with the Vice Chancellor, and accordingly we have carved out our referral courses and faculty orientation programs. E-copy of certificate of the program attended by teachers, list of participation for each program during the last 5 years, annual report highlighting program undertaken by the teacher. Then a specific instruction to HOIs that one teacher attending more than one professional development program in a year to be counted as one only. This will keep in mind when we are preparing the data. If the data is large, document related to specific features will be found during DBB clarification. Not to be included, considered. Attending seminars, invited talks are not to be considered. Program duration less than those stipulated by UGC AICTE or 1 week will not be considered. So we'll take care of that. Documentary evidence, upload relevant supporting document as per SOP. We will definitely support upload it. HOI, ADSI, Dr. Sabina Huda, Ritu Bhatnagar, they are the people who are working with all of us to be accordingly completed. Next. Indicator 6.4, financial management and resource mobilization. Budgeting, optimum utilization of finance as well as mobilization of resources. There are established procedures and processes for planning and allocation of financial resources. University has developed strategies for mobilizing resources to ensure transparency in financial management. The income and expenditure statement subject to regular internal and external audit. A meeting has already been held for these issues, particularly finance, with CFO and other finance officials with the Honorable Vice Chancellor, and we have found out how we will show these details. This 6.4.2 funds grant received from government bodies during the year for development and maintenance of infrastructure not covered under criteria 3 and 4, 3 and 5, 3 to 5. We will take care. Then 6.4.3 funds grant received from non-government bodies, individuals.
Sir, would request you to conclude, sir.
Sir, I'm just concluding.
Right.
This will definitely, we are already having the data, we'll complete it. Next, please. These are the SOPs requirements, so we will follow the SOPs. Please next. 6. Internal quality assurance system. Our internal quality assurance system is quite old and strong. We'll take care of it and we'll definitely submit in a proper form this time. Anything else, Dr. Rai, if you want to say on quality? This data we will definitely support, sir. Yes, we will go as per SOP. The initiative should be discussed in the IQAC meeting and MOM should be attached as an evidence. We are always supporting and submitting the evidences all the time. This time we'll definitely support and submit all these documents. So lessons learned, very few institutions has conducted FBP's refresher program. List of faculty participation was not available with the institution and the number of participants attending these programs were very few. But we have overcome this time. The faculties who are attending training programs are enrolled in SWAM for upgrading their skills have not uploaded evidences. So I am requesting them again for evidences as every member is requesting for evidences. So please be sure when you are submitting or saying something, any training program, so please provide us evidences. Institution has not recorded initiative taken in the minutes of the meeting. Minutes we are already requesting, every time we are requesting, please record the minutes properly. And there were number of cases where amounts sanctioned by the university for attending conference seminar was not given. This will take care of.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we will go to criteria 7. Prior to that, to announcement 1, after all criteria, the QA team, Harsh Tomar, has prepared a 10-minute quiz for everyone. We will paste the link of the quiz in chat box. So you all are requested to attempt that quiz and see the effectiveness of the workshop. 2, still many HOIs are sending emails to us in response to VC ma'am's email for 2 days workshop, and they are sending the nominated list of the participants. As ma'am has already clarified, the 2 days workshop is compulsory for all faculty members across AUUP campuses. So please don't send us list. It is compulsory for all faculty members. Only we need the names of the resource persons. Wherever your institution is mentioned, for example, in quadrant 1 e-tutorial, name of ASCO, ASSET, AIB and AIAS is mentioned. So if you think that you have a faculty member who has created some very good e-tutorial by way of video recordings, animation, simulation, virtual labs, etc., please send those names who would act as resource persons in those 2-day workshop. Please don't send name of the attendees. It is compulsory for all of them. Now I request Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay sir for his presentation on criterion 7. Sir, over to you.
It's going to be, I don't know. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is my slides are visible?
Yes,
my
sir.
slides are visible?
It is fine and slides are visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we have been listening. Now it is going to be 5:46. As far as schedule goes, we are supposed to be over by 4. We are supposed to be over by 5:40. So we have exceeded the time. We have already exceeded the time. I know that when I start speaking, Rai will say, "Sir, आप जल्दी खत्म कर दीजिए." But nevertheless, I assure you, I will try to be very quick enough. And now, just to place our suggestions on the criteria 7, as per the NAC criteria goes, we have developed this slides one by one. We will be going just the first slide shows where really we are. So there are 7 criteria, curricular aspect one by one. They have already covered teaching, learning, research consultancy, infrastructure, student support, then governance, leadership, and management, and last is the innovation and best practices. Now, if you just look at the NAC criteria, we have got marks. Curricular aspect and 150 marks, and there are different weightages. Teaching and learning evaluation 200 marks, research consultancy and extension 250 marks, and rest of them are each one having 100 marks. So the institutional values and best practices being the last criteria, one should not feel that this has the least importance. So this is the reason that I brought it over here, and sum total of the marks is 1,000, based on which we are giving the marks and we get the grades. Now, what are the agendas as per the prescribed circular? What are the key indicators? Then we have made a comparison of AQAR 1920 and AQAR 2021. Is there any difference? Are they similar? And then what are the different standard operating procedures in terms of collecting the data or developing the documents? Because we all know that the NAC go by the evidences. So we are to create the evidence as per the standard formats, either they are given by them or the document that we have to prepare within certain number of words. And the data templates, whatever data template they say, as I mentioned you, that the institution specific matrices and the lessons learned from the past. And this is the agenda, and quickly I'll just cover it. Now we have got 3 key indicators, 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3. Institutional values and social responsibilities having a 50 marks, best practices having 30 marks, and institutional distinctiveness is having 20 marks. So that makes the 100 marks. Now comparisons, if we just look at the comparisons over here, in AQAR 1920, we had 7 matrices, and out of which 4 was quantitative matrix and 3 was qualitative matrix. And then in the AQAR 2021, in 7.1, institutional values and social responsibilities, we have got, in which you have got 50 marks. Now they have made it 11 matrices. Out of 11 matrices, 6 are quantitative metrics and 5 are qualitative metrics. We shall take one by one. We shall see the changes, how it has been made. And last year, I must thank my committee member, and who actually, along with them, we prepared the AQAR 1920. And I'm really thankful to all the HOI. I received about 63, 63 documents. I must say 63 institutional documents for each one of the matrices. And I'm really thankful to you. We are able to finish it up. I think we are the first one to complete our documentation and data collections. And this year also, I would expect the same. However, this year the institutional responsibility are not that high, but still it is in existence, especially on the distinctiveness and the best practices. We shall go one by one, and you shall just see 6 quantitative metrics: alternative sources of energy facilities, water conservation facilities, green campus initiative, audits on environmental energy, disabled friendliness campus, code of conduct for stakeholders. And qualitative metrics, we see that gender equity promotion, inclusion and situatedness, human values and professional ethics, and celebration of commemorative days, waste management. And if we just look at the Mulla Prabha, many of the things it flows from there. Many of them flows from there. Now, AQAR 1920 gender equity was very important, and they have this time also they have made it gender equity, and I just given a little bit of marks, 5 marks. And it is qualitative in nature, and we are to write it off. The institution has to write. Each institution has to write safety and security, counseling, common rooms, daycare center, any other relevant information within a maximum of 200 words. So it is to highlight the curricular, extracurricular activities, promoted gender equity and sensitization, and the facilities available for women on campus. So within 200 words, we'll be expecting. Now maybe we'll be developing some, some format, even 200 words. Then we shall be circulating to the HOI, and I request that HOI please cooperate with us, give the data at the earliest. Now 7.1.2 environmental consciousness, and this is again in the 1920 it was qualitative. Now they have made it quantitative. When they say quantitative, because it is going to be based on the options in the AQAR form. When we shall fill it up, we'll be finding that this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 it will be coming up. Now any 4 or all of the above, any 3 of the above, any 2 of the above, any 1 of the above, and none of the above. And then if we say that we are all 5, then essentially we are to give the relevant supporting documents. Now I come back to the relative supporting document of standard operating procedures. So we have to give the geotag photograph of the facilities, bills of the purchase of the equipment for the facilities created under this metric, any other relevant evidences for the selected options, and it is to be, we shall be doing it centrally, because this data is available with us. We'll be interfacing with the respective persons, and at the criteria level, we'll be collecting those data, and so that we'll be able to fill that form. 7.1.3 differently able Divyang friendliness. They had a format initially. Now they have changed it to 7.1.7. They have changed this criteria number to 7.1.7, and the institution has a disabled friendly or free environment. They have got 4 marks, and some of them are to be done centrally, and some of them has to be done by the institution wise. And that if we just look at the standard operating procedure for that, then we have to submit the policy document, link to geotag photos, bills and invoice. A restroom should include specific requirement of Divyang for use of their toilet, brief report on the facilities provided for inquiry and information, bills for the software procured for providing the assistance. And this is to be done, as I mentioned already, this is to be done by both centrally and institutionally. Now, inclusion and situatedness. Previously, they had this criteria. Now there is no criteria of 7.144 under this inclusion and situatedness. However, there is a 7.1.4 criteria, which will come back. Now, 7.1.5 again has been changed to 7.1.10, and previously it was qualitative. Now they have made it quantitative, and it includes the code of conduct. There is a committee to monitor adherence of the code of conduct, institutional organization and professional ethics programs. Now Mulla Prabha and other things we can see about here. Annual awareness program for the code of conduct. So something has to be done centrally, something is to be done institutional wise, and the standard operating procedure for the same is the policy document of the constitutional proceeding of the monitoring committee, circular of the geotag, and everywhere you can see that there has to be all photographs should be geotagged. Now documents showing the code of conduct, then handbooks, manuals, brochure on human values and professional ethics, report on the students' attribute facilitated by the institution, and web link to the relevant documents on the higher education institution website. These are very, very important, and you can see that they are quantitative in nature, so it is to be filled yes or no. Then 7.1.6 has been changed to 7.1.9, and it is sensitization of students and employees of the institution to constitutional obligation, values, rights, duties, and responsibilities of citizen. And it has to be done by institution wise, and it has to be described. It is qualitative in nature, and maximum 200 words is to be written, and upload relevant supporting document is to be made. And details of the activities that inculcate values necessary to render students is to responsible citizen. Any other relevant information has to be captured within 200 words document. Now let me come back to 2019-20 7.1.7, which has been now changed to 7.1.5 Green Campus Initiative, and it is again a quantitative in nature. And there are 5 criteria they mentioned: restricted entry of automobiles, use of bicycles, pedestrian friendly pathways, ban on use of plastics, landscape is quantitative in nature, yes or no, and there is a standard operating procedure that they are mentioning. That policy document has to be placed about the green campus. What is the policy that you are making your campus green? The geotag photograph videos of the facilities, circular for the implementation of the initiative, and it is to be done centrally, and we have to take the responsibility for collecting the data. Now, 7.1.3 describe the facilities of the institution for the management of the following types of degradable and non-degradable waste. And this is again used to be 200 words in previously. Now it has been changed to 7. It has the additional metrics that they have created, and it is qualitative in nature. And we have to write the write up on 200 words, and essentially, as per the requirement goes, we have to documents like agreements, MOUs with the government and other agencies, geotag photograph of the facility, and any other relevant information that we have to support that yes, we are doing the solid waste management, liquid waste management, and biomedical waste management, and so on and so forth. Then 7.144, it's additional they have incorporated, and it is quantitative in nature. Rainwater harvesting, borewell, open well recharge, construction of tanks and barns, wastewater recycling, maintenance of water bodies, and distribution system in the campus. So it is quantitative in nature, and the standard operating procedures, if you look at it, every time we have to see the bills of the purchase of the equipment for facilities created under this metric, and green audit reports on water conservation by recognized bodies, and it is to be done centrally. Then additional points, 7.1.3, 7.1.6, quality audits. Now they are talking about quality audits on environment and energy are regularly undertaken by the institutions. Then the institution, some of them are centrally is to be done, and some of them beyond the campus environment promotional activity has to be done in institution, because many times we send the students to create awareness about the environment, and also we try to create the different types of environment related activities outside the campus, and it is to be done by the institution, and the type of format that will be needed, we shall be doing it, but it is again quantitative in nature. However, from the institution we shall be collecting the data, and we shall be providing them. From there we will be filling the form. So certificate from the auditing agency, certificate of the awards issued for the recognized agency, report on environmental promotional activities, any other supporting document for the claims that we are making it. And green audit report is absolute necessity, so that we have to submit the green audit reports for all the years for the recognized bodies. 7.1.8, another additional metrics, describe the institutional efforts initiative to provide an inclusive environment that is tolerance and harmony towards cultural, regional, linguistic, communal, socio-economic, other diversities within a maximum 200 words. It is qualitative in nature, and we have to submit all the supporting documents that we have been doing it. But simply telling that we have been doing it does not serve any purpose. So we have to create those documents, and accordingly has to be shown on the administrative and academic activities of the institutions, and any other relevant information that is sufficient for it. Then human values and professional ethics, that's another the additional thing they have made it. The sensitization of the students and employees of the institution to constitutional obligation, values, rights, duties, and responsibilities of the citizen. It is again a qualitative in nature, and details of activities that inculcate values necessary to render student in a responsible as a responsible citizen. So that documentation is to be produced, and write-up is to be produced within 200 words, and it is to be done by the institutions. Now here comes the another additional point: best practices, 30 marks. All those criteria 7.1 we have seen, it carries 50 marks. Now the 7.2 best practices carries 30 marks, and institutional distinctiveness carries 20 marks. So in 1920, described at least 2 institutional best practices. Now and also 2021, they said describe 1 best practices successfully implemented by the institution as per the NAAC format. We shall go to that format. And the institutional distinctiveness provide the details of the performance of the institution in one area, distinctiveness to its vision, priority, and thrust. Now here they are telling that highlight the performance of the institution in an area distinct to its priority and thrust within a maximum 200. It has to come from each institutions. So the best practices has to come from the institutions, and also the distinctiveness has also to come, right up of the distinctiveness has to come from the institutions. Now, if we just look at this, I've already covered. I'm just skipping through. So out of this 7.1 criteria, you can see that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 qualitative criteria, and there are remaining 6 that are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are the quantitative criteria, and as such, template has not been provided. But nevertheless, for our own understanding, we can create the template. So lessons learned from the past AQAR submissions. Many a time, best practices, many institutions, they are not able to write it up properly, because every institution has to have a best practice. And what is a best practice? Any practice or practices that the institution has internally evolved and used during the last few years, leading to positive impact on the regular functioning of the institution, can be defined as a best practice. So they have now given what is the best practice. So that means you have to show that it has created a positive impact, and you have been practicing it, and so that is an outcome, and those outcome is to be properly captured. Now there is a format. The format is title of the practice, objective of the practice, in about 20 words, then context, under which context it is being done, it's 30 words, and then the practice. What is the practice? What is the practice that we have been doing it? Have we got any constant limitations for while doing the practice? Evidence of success, that we have got the success, and we have to write in 40 words what type of success we have got it, and exactly here comes our outcome. Now problem encounters and resource required, and what are the problems it has been inquired and resources required to implement the practice. That also needs to be written in 30 words. That means they are trying to capture or understand whatever we are claiming through different questions, whether question number 4 or question number 6. You can see that they are trying to cross verify. Then optional notes is that please add any other information that may be relevant for adopting or implementing the best practice in other institutions in about 30 words. Any other information regarding institutional values and best practices which the institution would like to include. So we may like to add 1 or 2 that we would like to add these best practices along with this. We can now the institutional distinctiveness. The last point, institutional distinctiveness. So every institution would like to be recognized for certain of its attributes which make it distinct or one of its kind. Say for example, if I go back to my environmental department, we can say our distinctiveness is that we have got the up-to-date research capability in the work of atmospheric pollution. I mean, this is the distinctiveness. If we come back to the law, we can say that we are the institutions which are distinctive because we are following the major, minor, and the honors courses. This is a distinctiveness, and such type of distinctiveness has to be jotted down. And attributes that characterize the institution are reflected in all its activities in focus and practice. And so that's our question answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now the QA has prepared a quiz for all of you. Harsh, could you please paste the link for the quiz in the chat box?
Dr. Bandyopadhyay, Dr. Arya, all the resource person, the chairperson, wonderful presentation by every chairperson of the NEC criteria. So big clap for everybody.
So thank you very much. BC ma'am, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So wonderful.
We had two pillars at criteria 1 and criteria 7. They have binded it very well from both sides. So there is a link for online quiz in the chat box. This is 6:07. The quiz will remain there till 6:17. 10 minutes we are giving for the quiz. So please go click the link. It is on MS Forms.
It is for everybody.
It is for everyone.
And it is mandatory for everybody to attend the quiz. It's not optional.
Everybody except QA team, because you have already prepared the quiz. You know the answers.
And what about the panelists, Raisa?
आप भी करो करें.
Panelists
करें.
can appear because you don't know the answer.
Dr. I have मोबाइल में कैसे करते?
सर क्लिक कर दीजिए लिंक को.
मैंने वो तो किया हुआ है. मैं चैट विद एवरीवन आ रहा है.
मैं आपको व्हाट्सएप पे भेज रहा हूँ, वहां से हो जाएगा.
हाँ व्हाट्सएप में भेज.
Need to copy and paste on your browser.
तो सर उसमें मोबाइल में है ना.
मोबाइल में हो.
भाई इतने घंटे कैसे मोबाइल पे रह सकते हैं?
मैम ये मेरा ये आ जा रहा है यहाँ पे. आज पावर इज नॉट
मोबाइल में बड़ा मुश्किल वो है.
मोबाइल पे तो मैं इतनी देर.
In the meanwhile, we've not received the link name of resource persons from domain of law, management, education, journalism, engineering technology, science technology. Lucknow campus has sent list of participants which we don't require. AIPT, ASE, AISR, AISST, ALS. Also, you sent the list of attendees. Please give the list of resource persons wherever name of your institutions is given.
Annual quality issue.
Dr. Rai.
Yes, ma'am.
We are poor communicator. We could not correctly communicate what is expected.
क्लियर लिखा हुआ था उसमें मैम पूरा अच्छे से. फिर यहाँ पे भी बोला अभी शुरू में.
So Dr. Rai, then the response will not come wrong.
हाँ जी.
When we have clearly communicated, response should also come clear. If you're asking the resource person's name or the faculty who is going to present, it can't be the participant's name.
नहीं फिर यहाँ तो अनाउंस किया ही मैम उसके बाद हमने.
So that means there's somewhere is a communication gap. Bandyopadhyay ji, can there be something else?
सजनानी सर आप म्यूट है.
में आ गया ना अभी कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं मैं वहां से नहीं सर मैं म्यूट तो नहीं हूँ. मेरा वो चला गया क्या?
ट्रेवल टूरिज्म का बैकग्राउंड बनाया है.
अरे सर मेरा वो कहाँ चला गया क्विज. मैं क्विज कर रहा था. मैं यहाँ आ गया वापस तो चला गया क्विज. क्या ठीक है हो गया. आपने मुझे मिसगाइड कर दिया. देखो मैं दोबारा खोलना पड़ेगा क्विज. डॉक्टर राय.
यस सर.
मैं अगर यहाँ वो क्विज छोड़ के यहाँ आ गया अनम्यूट करने के लिए तो चला गया मेरा क्विज. मैं जितने किए थे क्वेश्चन
क्विज का इसी पर कर रहा हूँ ना. क्विज तो होगा जहाँ क्लिक कर रहा हूँ. Till now we've received 34 responses. We've extended the time till 6:20. So we've got 96 response. We extended it for 3 minutes. 6:20 it will be closed automatically if you will not submit.
That means they are not present here.
एक मिनट कहाँ गया मेरा क्विज.
हेलो.
कहाँ गया.
आपने क्विज को रिस्पॉन्ड कर दिया सुजीत.
सजनानी साहब मेरा भी देख लो.
इसको नहीं, मैं तो दूसरे केसेस
नहीं, आप प्लीज, आप वर्कशॉप में है ना?
Dr. Rai, I have submitted.
Thank you, sir.
I have got 18.
Sir, how to check?
वो ऑटोमेटिक दे देता है. The moment you submit it, it will come.
Okay, view results.
आप सबमिट करिए.
नहीं सर, I could not see sir.
रिजल्ट तुरंत आता है, तुरंत सबमिट होकर तुरंत रिजल्ट आ गया
है. सबमिशन के बाद रिजल्ट आ जाते हैं. अभय तेरे को कितना मिला है अभय?
I could not see.
Same. ऐसा कोई प्राइस भी है क्या? सर कोई प्राइस है क्या?
There is some problem.
मैंने सुना नहीं है.
नहीं sir, I have got a screen. I can share my screen as a proof.
प्राइस रिमोट लर्निंग रिसोर्स में प्राइस मिलेगा सर.
लेकिन आपने सुना नहीं, लिसन नहीं किया.
See, the quiz is that because everybody is sitting here with their webcam, close. And quiz is that how much everybody has understood it. And if people are not
Now we have 185 responses.
Dr. Rai, I tried to submit. It is not accepting the submit. The submit thing is, it's not accepting.
I have submitted. I got 15 out of 20.
सुजाता ठीक से करो.
This is
okay, this question, one question I left out, that is why it is not
responses.
submitting. Okay, I left out one question. That is one.
I remember the
extended for 1 minute also.
Dr. Rai, you will share the result of the quiz with all.
We'll submit the Excel sheet with everyone.
will be considered in I category.
Yeah, I category only. Two
We
questions
are
I did not
extended it for 1
complete.
minute
नहीं,
more.
उसमें
Please
कोई
submit
I
it. We are
category
extending.
नहीं. It's only one time. कोई I category नहीं है.
Ma'am,
Ma'am,
no
she-
supplementary exams.
No
We are
supplement.
extending. Dr. Khandai, अभी हम extend कर रहे हैं 1 minute के लिए. अभी submit कर
2
दीजिए.
minutes, 2 minutes. I have two
Answer, यार,
questions
it will
to
be
answer. 2
unjustified
minutes, please.
for us.
अरे आपने कैसे पहले बोला मैंने सबमिट कर दिया.
हाँ.
डॉक्टर राय submission
This is
after
not
the
fair, sir.
after
Dr.
the
Rai,
due
sir,
time,
this
that
is
is
not fair. You are
6:17,
extending.
I have given, you have given extra time to others. Why not to us?
Yes, sir. This is not correct.
Sir, they will consider with B plus cap.
Last,
ऐसा है कि
Sir, I am agree with our deputy dean. मैं आपके साथ हूँ sir. Bansal, Sony sir, I am with you.
Yes.
चिंता मत करो, शिशिर जी को बोल के मेल भिजवा दूंगा. फीस एक्स्ट्रा लग जाएगी.
नहीं, हम फीस देने को तैयार हैं sir.
Oh shit.
राय साहब.
Yes, no.
अजय आपने सबमिट किया कि नहीं किया ये बताइए.
Sir,
आपने सबमिट किया?
Dr. Rai submitted before
सर
6:17.
मैं और अभी सजनानी साहब साथ साथ हैं. हम दोनों बैठ के साथ साथ दे रहे हैं 50-50%.
IT department, IT support. How many participants were there?
Madam, they are 500 plus.
361 ma'am.
Eh?
Present 360.
Look at the out of 361, not present. The maximum, but how many were there?
500 plus.
500 plus.
So they show that how many people.
अभी तो दिखाई पड़ा 407 दिखाई पड़ रहा है.
Now we have 253 participants. We'll
नहीं,
share the
नहीं,
Excel sheet with everyone.
Then this is very, very serious. If 500 something were there and how many have done that, means others have left the workshop. This is not accepted.
Consumption of
That
sustainable.
means if the IKC member of the HOIs or the dean are not taking these workshops seriously.
I think some faculties are also attended. No,
No, IKC members. They're the IKC members.
no. I think the mail that came that all faculty members, HOI, IQAC members.
There
IKC
are
members.
356 attendees. There are 356 attendees and rest panelists 401. We've received 253 participations.
नहीं अभी देखो ना 407 दिखा पड़ा है participants.
400.
म्यूट करके निकल गया मुझे लग रहा है.
काफी तो
वो म्यूट करके निकल गया. अभी घट रहा है. 399 हो गया.
So anyway, Dr. Rai, आप अपनी टीम को लगा के कि how many were the total participants, how many have been and who have not responded, and we'll ask the reason why they have not responded.
Right, ma'am. We'll give the Excel sheet.
Please give the Excel sheet.
Who have not appeared,
but राय साहब रिजल्ट तो बता दीजिए. राय साहब रिजल्ट तो बता दीजिए.
रिजल्ट आपको आ गया होगा, वही लिंक को क्लिक करें, रिजल्ट दिख जाएगा।
मैंने अपना नहीं ओवरऑल रिजल्ट बताइए ना, हमने तो अपना देख लिया सब, ओवरऑल क्या पोजीशन है।
ओवरऑल मेल भेजेंगे सर, पूरा एक्सेल शीट सबको मेल भेजूंगा मैं।
ओके ओके
क्वेश्चन कितने थे? टोटल क्वेश्चन कितने थे?
20.
Thank you very much, everyone. Now I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am for her concluding remarks.
No, we can have, if the question, anybody has a question, we can respond to the question. Any questions from anybody? So all the chairpersons are here. The HOs can ask the question, the IQC members can ask the questions.
Suggestion था, question.
Ma'am, I have a question. Can I ask?
Yes, please.
Ma'am, my question is for criteria number 2. How to identify the slow learners? Because we find some students are not interested in this teaching. They do not take this academic seriously. So how to identify? So it is very.
Okay, this time we are not, no. This time we are not giving the one way of, this will be the slow learner. We want how the HOs and faculty were identifying the slow learner. Because, so we want to learn from the HOs. So this time we are not going to give any mantra how to identify the slow learner. Every institution, HOI and faculty have to sit, brainstorm and say that this is the way we have identified the slow learner and this is what we have done.
Okay, because if we say based on the academic performance, but in some cases we know.
Slow learner is during the semester, not after the semester result. Because slow learner means how are you helping the student during the semester? Not after the semester exams are over. That is poor performance. That is something different. Slow learner are by the course faculty during the semester, by the program leader during the semester, not after that semester.
So, ma'am, I think one of the criteria may be the class attraction.
Dr. Soni, please you discuss at your domain level.
One more,
okay,
no.
At domain level, you people discuss.
We say during yesterday, so most of the
Bandapataji, we want to learn from all the domains and what were they, how were they identifying? So this time from university side, there will not be a suggestion or the guidelines that this is the way you should be identified, because slow learner thing has been going on for last several years. Every institution must have identified its own way of identifying the slow learners. And we need the evidences for that.
So, ma'am, the assignments and non-timely assignments or the quiz marks, can we take that as a proof? Can we take the quiz marks as a proof?
Sorry, we are not going to tell anything. You people please brainstorm with your faculty. Because the course faculty identifies the slow learners.
Yes, ma'am.
You people must be having these discussions in your institutional IQAC.
Okay, ma'am.
If we go by the data analysis, it will be post facto.
In your faculty meeting, you people must be discussing these things.
Yeah. One point I suggest, one point I will mention, one is post facto. We can say that so many slow learners are there, but that does not result to anything. But the slow learner means how do we really identify and help the students? That's the most important thing. During the semester.
इससे तो साफ जाहिर हो रहा है कि हमने ये किया ही नहीं है.
It's a proactive approach.
मैडम, मैं एक बात शेयर करना चाह रहा था.
हाँ जी.
मेरे क्लास से परसों इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट से 7 जुडिशियल ऑफिसर सेलेक्ट हुए हैं सर आपकी डोमेन पे. बंदोपाध्याय सर. 7 judicial officers has been appointed.
Sir, congratulations, sir.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, बंदोपाध्याय सर.
क्या समझ में नहीं आ रहा, क्या बोल रहा है रजिस्टर साहब?
सर मिठाई खिलानी है, वो ये कहते हैं आपको.
7 judicial officers have been appointed in High Court Judicature at Allahabad.
वाह को सर बहुत बढ़िया है तो.
और फिर हम लोगों ने, मैंने और राय साहब ने क्या किया, हम रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग कर रहे हैं जो इस तरह की.
जैसे सर आपको समझ में नहीं आ रहा. राय साहब कैन यू टेल?
मैं नीचे के लिए जा रहा हूँ, आकर चलाऊंगा.
रजिस्टर साहब क्या बोल रहे समझ में नहीं आया क्या?
I would suggest bilateral issues we can discuss separately, and it's been almost over good 4.5 hours. So if there are any particular questions, they can be answered. Otherwise, we'll request Vice Chancellor for concluding remarks.
Any other questions? Any participants? Because in the chat box we were only receiving PPT. So we assume that everybody has understood very well, and especially those who left and not attempted a quiz. I think they are the knows that everything extremely well. And now I expect not the AQR by end of July, but I would like the AQR to be ready even before that. And so we would like to finish it by 15th of July.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'd like to finish by 15th of July so that the next academic session we start with the.
Yeah.
Now, so I would like to thank all the chairpersons of various criteria. One thing I would request all the chairpersons, please identify which are the matrices which will be the data will be taken from centrally, and where we don't need the HOI's input. We should not be advising HOIs to give that data. But however, HOI need to calculate their CGPA, and we would like every HOI to make the presentation what is their CGPA, and that will come because you can upload the data also on NET and calculate your CGPA and which are the areas, because when you are presenting a strategic plan, you will definitely be basing a strategic plan based on your AQR and a strategy to improve your CGPA for the next year. And with this, we will be now we have sent this another workshop on the e-content development, and just now I got the email call from Dr. Sujit Prasad that we have examination on 19th. 300 faculty will be appearing in the examination. So many students will be appearing in the examination. These examination will continue. The faculty who are the proctors, they will do the proctoring duty, and the rest of the faculty will attend the workshop, and those faculty will then brief, and the HOIs they will brief the rest of the faculty how to develop the e-content. Recording of the session can be also seen. But yes, the workshops will not be cancelled because the examinations are going on, supplementary examination and the second semester examination are going on. We have to conduct the workshop, and therefore all activities will be running parallelly. So Dr. Rai, over to you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I request Dr. B.L. Arya, Registrar Sir, for vote of thanks. Arya sir.
Glitch हो गया, निकल
सर फोन पे है लग रहा है.
Doctor, we can do without it also. We can call it off.
In the meanwhile, I request you to please provide us the list of all participants.
Pradeep can propose the vote of thanks.
Sir, it will be get after the event, sir.
Registrar sir, requesting you for vote of thanks. Please unmute, sir. You are mute.
With the permission of the chair, and with I, on behalf of me and on behalf of whole of QAE team and whole of university team, I thank all the participants, particularly all the chairpersons of the criterias and their teams, my HOIs and other participants, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. R.S. Rai, in particular.
Sir, we've lost your voice.
So meticulously and my voice is not properly. So with these things, I thank all the participants, and hope that we will prepare our AQR in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arya sir.
Thank you, Star sir. Thank you.